Hope addicts are here.
Because on this day.
In 1960, RuPaul Andre Charles was born.
You know, just because it's someone's birthday doesn't mean that you got to play a song that they did.
It was an opportunity.
How many minutes long did I have to suffer through that?
Bill, are you really going to diss on RuPaul right now? Are you?
I know.
Really
I like
going?
RuPaul just fine. That was horrible.
What? That was RuPaul. What? If you like RuPaul just fine, then you like that song. They're one and the same.
Why would those two things have to be? Why can they not be mutually exclusive? I like RuPaul. I don't think I think there's a reason that RuPaul never did another song that anybody heard. Really, that's the one, and that's the one that people sort of know. There's a reason he hasn't had a big musical career.
It's Bill at x96.com. Send your mail.
What? Okay, you argue that that's a great song. Go ahead.
I think it's a fun song. It's a peppy song. It's a harmless pop tune.
It's not very peppy, really. It has that kind of peppy beat behind it, but then he keeps going, where, it just doesn't. Oh God, it was.
You
dreary.
don't like anything, Bill.
That's not true. I like the song we played yesterday, whatever it was. I can't remember. It was something about sexing you up your something or another.
You liked Color Me Bad better than RuPaul.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, let's examine this a little bit here. I would say if we're going to measure the two songs, I'd need the chart book real quick. Sadly, my dear friend B. Ran Nickel is dead, and I can't just call him up and.
Hey, B. Ran.
Where did RuPaul chart with Supermodel? Oh, okay, that was 19. Yeah,
Just off the top of his head?
Yeah.
he would do that. He was like a machine that way.
I heard him do it.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that was not good. I'm saying just because it's somebody's birthday doesn't mean we have to play a song that they,
It's an opportunity to play a song.
Yeah, you get to play the song on the radio.
It made it to number 5 or number 45 on the U.S. charts.
That's it?
I'm surprised it made it that far.
Because I heard it so much.
Yeah.
I heard it everywhere.
But who were you hanging out with, and what stations were you listening to? That
I might have. Let me think. What year was it?
Singer Kurt Cobain of Nirvana cited the song as one of his favorites of 1993, and the two were photographed together at the MTV Video Awards that year.
and that proves what
Kurt
to me.
Cobain, Bill.
Uh-huh.
Who do you think has better taste in music?
Kurt
you
Cobain
or
married
Kurt
Courtney
Cobain?
Love, okay? That negates anything. I'm sorry. I mean, I think RuPaul is a very sweet person. I've always enjoyed seeing RuPaul perform. I've seen RuPaul's drag show, TV show. That I don't watch it all the time, but when I've seen it, I enjoy it. And he's also very kind. And there are lots of things I like about RuPaul, but because I like all of those things, Gina, you seem to think that I have to like that song as well.
But isn't it worth celebrating his birth? All those nice things
I'll
you said
send
about
him a card.
Dear RuPaul.
Yeah, I'm sorry I hate your song, but happy birthday.
Okay.
There's a reason RuPaul didn't have a career in music, and it's painfully evident during that song.
I'm just going to let you twist on that one. I'm just going to
What? What? You think I'm making some sort of controversial? You just what?
Well, what were our other choices today, Gina?
Well, you could have had Go West, We Close Our Eyes. which is a song I like.
Mm-hmm.
We could have had, let's see, who else? We could have had Gene Clark. We could have played the new Christy Minstrels. You would have liked that, Bill.
Oh, Gene Clark was in The Byrds, too. I do believe.
See, I like this song.
Yeah, I do, too. Let's see, is it better than RuPaul?
It's that blue-eyed British soul music, poppy.
Well, they're no Little River Band, I'll say that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I don't know.
Well, Bill, but what we could have done, he's not dead yet. Born in 1938. 1938.
Who?
Canadian singer
Oh,
of...
no. Oh,
Who?
no.
Is it Gordon Lightfoot?
Yes.
Sunday, you better take care. Here it is. Who's that? I guess that documentary that was just out about him was actually quite good. There is
November came early.
there is a Gordon Lightfoot song I like.
Which one?
If you could read my mind,
You
love.
like that?
Yeah. What a tale my thoughts. It just reminds me of a certain time in my life. And,
Well, RuPaul Supermodel reminds me of a certain time in my life.
which time was that? The time when you and Kurt Cobain were hanging out.
We're hanging out,
Yeah.
and he said, you know,
Mhm.
I'm a ghost. He's going to be a ghost soon, I'll tell
he's
you
still
that.
alive. He still was performing. Wasn't he touring like last
Yeah.
year?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's got alimony.
Well, and you know, I've been thinking about our new Deadpool list for 2021, and I thought
Planning
about
ahead.
putting Gordon Lightfoot on there, but
It'll be negative.
no, he's
numbers.
80, so it'd be,
Oh.
it'd be some good numbers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know though. I don't think I'm going to. He seems to be. He's fine. He's just fine.
Well, he has durability.
I am putting Sinbad on my list though.
No.
Oh, that's too bad. We'll talk about that coming up in the news.
Yeah, coming up.
All right. I guess we ought to get started, huh?
I suppose.
877-602-9696. You want to weigh in on this whole RuPaul thing? 877-602-9696. That's the number you call, and you just check in with us in the morning. Make a little impression on us as we get the day going. We'd love to hear from you first thing. 877-602-9696 is the number to check in with us, and we'll do that when we come back after some massages.
All right, so we'll take a break. We will be back. Gina, Mountain Alarm.
Oh, yeah. So Mountain Alarm, they've been protecting my husband's business for a long time, and we looked into doing something for our home, and I'm glad we did because Mountain Alarm makes it so easy. Now, we didn't have an existing security system, but if you do have an existing security system and maybe your provider isn't taking as good of care of you as you'd like, maybe they're overcharging you, maybe you don't know, maybe you just want Mountain Alarm to come check out your system and see if they can do something better for you. I feel better about Mountain Alarm because they're a locally owned, family-owned company. They've been around a long, long time, and they care about Utahns and keeping you safe. So call 801-395-8700. If you mention you heard us talking about it on X96, you'll get $100 off any new or upgraded security system. 801-395-8700 or mountainalarm.com. They'll check out your house. You'll get the app on your phone. You can close your garage door from your bed. You don't even have to get up. It's awesome.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now be attainable. You can enjoy X96.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
scare me every time, James.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and
Oh,
relationships.
thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
Sex therapy?
when you are
why
doing when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask, or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
No,
It adds to the menace.
thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Aubrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I'll be going to say, and I don't think it is. My parents are sorry. I don't think I know something. I had this man and a Jim and that mother and her daughter, and you take both of them out that you send those there for her. For a lot of no temperature and a curry on top, and I take the person over, and I say the vinegar. And then I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key
It's a pulling.
part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
I got
Catherine,
rid of a heck of burner.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi curious?
Are you bi curious? Is what he's asking.
That's what I said. Are you bi curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh,
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well,
so Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
well, Copper, all you do is, the first of the Lord, is to get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the first. And then, the second of the Lord, piece by piece, all the way, and then get down, and then, I kind of get a little bit, and then, he just walks on, and then he will for them, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
one more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
He does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade. but-
More. Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany,
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, and I just Catherine, Brittany, what are you doing? I think I know. And then the first, so did you get a girlfriend? And then you go to heaven. You listen, you really have a girlfriend. So what you need to do is pray about it and what you think about it. And then you go in, and then I think I'm now going for expression. And then if you think of the answer, and then you come out and then I think the power is end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, Thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
See you later.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
Here he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a Pullen because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
All right, let's get this over with.
Let's see. We'll officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Conrad, you were on the line, and then you went away. We really need to speak to you, Conrad, so call back, 877-602-9696. All right, the moon is a waxing crescent moon, 7.9% of full. I've never seen it do that. Just as I said, so I was looking at the percentage of fullness there, and it said 7.8, and just as I was about to say it, it went 0.9. So this thing updates in real time. I didn't realize that. The moon will rise today at 10:13 a.m. Today being Tuesday, it's the 17th day of November in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020, and this is day 232 of our quick hide under the bed and maybe the virus won't find you radio broadcast. And it's also, remember, 64 days to a more hopeful Biden-Harris future. Although, bear in mind also that Burgess Owens is our new congressman-elect from the state of Utah. He's in Washington, D.C. right now. We can only hope that he is so unfamiliar with the state of Utah that he won't actually be able to find his way back here anytime soon. I know Utah's out there somewhere.
We lost Shireen, too, I saw.
Yeah.
Shireen Ghorbani. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. It's Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. The executive producer of the Radio from Hell show is Katie, for short. She's in the studio there, and also Skip is in the studio, kind of learning to run the board and that kind of thing as well.
Skip, did you wear your Jurassic Park T-shirt just to suck up to Katie today? Is that what that's all about?
Probably.
No, we're the two dino-obsessed people in the station.
Also, Miriam is in the producer's booth helping out as well. It's National World Peace Day. It's Go Take a Hike Day. Maybe that's what Conrad did. He was going to talk to us and he realized, oh, wait a minute, I've got to go take a hike. It's also Homemade Bread Day.
Ooh.
So, I love homemade bread. I just don't have the patience to make it.
That's one of the upsides to this whole lockdown thing, is that people started baking their own bread again.
Have you done that?
Oh, yes.
In your home?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the phones, 877-602-9696. Checking in with the Radio from Hell show. What you got to say? Huh?
Let's start with Killer.
Killer, what do you got?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Killer, well, you go ahead. I'll ask you a question after you're done. Go ahead.
I want to hear your question, Bill.
Well, you have this friend, Six Toe. Is that what his name is?
Yeah, we call him Six Toes. Yeah.
Six Toes. And after you hung up the other day, Gina was speculating, what arrangement of toes does he have?
We've talked with you about this before, Killer, I know, but I couldn't remember if it was 6 toes on one foot or only 6 toes total.
What? He has 6 toes on his right foot.
Okay.
All right. That's so.
So
So,
he has-
actually,
he has
he
an
has
extra.
11 toes total.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, he's one of the only guys who can count to 11 in our group. Amazing.
all right. Now, did you have something you wanted to say, Killer?
No, I just wanted to say I think that RuPaul's a fine individual, and I know he could sing, and now I know he can't sing, but I didn't know what he sang. I wondered what he did, but now we know.
We know that he
And it was
can't sing now. We kind of suspected, but now, after hearing that song, we know for sure RuPaul cannot sing. All right, Killer.
Yep.
Thanks very much. See
Good
you
night.
later. Bye.
All right,
Good
Killer.
night.
Thank you. Let's go to Devin. Hi, Devin.
Hello, Devin.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me listen.
Good morning.
So I'm here to weigh in on the debate about the song.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh,
And I've probably given too much thought to this, but it's pretty complete. So to Gina's point, there are songs that I feel truly define a person or a musician. So Vanilla Ice said, "I'm killing your brain with like a poisonous mushroom," and that sounds just about right. Now, we have Michael Lee Rose in Creepy, which going back, that one defines Michael Lee Rose, if you ask
That's
me.
true. That's true.
I'm not going to get into Stephen Powell because I know Gina's squeamish.
Yeah.
But I'm going to agree with Bill on this one because the song is simply not good. Nothing against RuPaul as a person. I don't know why I put so much thought into this because I have many more important things to worry about today.
Well, it's a diversion for you, Devin.
Yeah, maybe that's why it was good. You took a moment to give it some.
I
I'm glad
then I
you did,
appreciate
Devin.
it.
Well,
Even
good.
if you don't agree with me, Devin, I'm glad that you took time.
And
I
thanks,
really did.
Thanks for organizing your thoughts. We appreciate it.
See,
You're
I was going to
welcome.
jump
Thank
in.
you,
I was
guys.
going to jump in as soon as you said I may have spent too much time on this. I was going to say yes, that's correct. We'll see you, Devin.
No, I'm glad we followed through.
But I'm glad we did. All right.
Now
thank
go
you,
do
Devin.
your important things, Devin.
Thank you.
All right. Let's quickly go to Rachel.
Hi, Rachel. What can we
Hi,
do for
Rachel.
you?
Hi. I just wanted to share a funny little story with you guys, but thanks for letting me listen. I'm a pretty new listener.
Okay.
Oh, welcome. Thank you.
What's the story?
So in honor of Home Baked Bread Day, my mom has taken up making rosemary bread, and she had a little marathon over the weekend. But she set off the smoke alarm, if you wanted to know how that went. And all of our dogs were absolutely terrified of the smoke alarm and ended up pooping in front of the door. But she had a 500-degree pan in her hand, so she didn't have a chance to go clean it. And then my Roomba conveniently plowed right into it.
Yeah.
They'll do that. Yeah.
And then spread it around. Is that what?
Yeah, they've
happened?
done that with cat vomit at my house. Yeah, the Roomba doesn't care.
Just minding his own business, spreading it all over the rug. And
Oh.
It is all waste to the Roomba. And like, the only thing missing that story is this. Yep. Only thing missing in that story.
Rachel, just quickly, how did you find our show? You say you're a relatively new listener. What got you listening to us?
About.
Hello?
Rachel?
Can you say that again?
Yes, Rachel, what got you listening to our show? You said you're a relatively new listener.
So I usually listen to my own music on Spotify, but I let my brother mooch off my account, and you can't use them at the same time. So I just started browsing stations, and I found music I really liked on this one, and I left it on in the morning, and I was like, hey, this show's actually really awesome. So I've listened to it ever since.
Thanks for doing it. I'm
thanks.
glad you
And
like it.
Thanks to your brother for pulling you away from
Stealing.
Spotify.
Stealing
Being a
Spotify.
freeloader.
Yeah. That's, that is thievery. He is a thief doing that, and you are abetting him. All right, thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Have a
Rachel.
great day.
Bye.
You too.
Hey, that's quite a voice you've got there. You ever think about doing radio?
There we go. Let's see, 629 traffic, Gina, please.
Everything's looking good so far. I have no accidents to tell you about. Do you have anything to tell me about? You can do that if it's safe for you to text. 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News, Opinioendo, Full Strength coming up after this. Utah Word of the Day at 7. Boners, round 1, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Manscaped.
You know, you got a lot of time on your hands.
Yes.
Sitting around, in the pandemic times, why not get to doing some personal grooming? Manscaped is the company that will help you do that, gentlemen. Untrimmed personal hair. I'm talking pubes. That's what I'm talking here.
Yeah.
Untrained personal hair.
You don't need them.
Yeah, you don't need them. So trim them up with a Manscaped trimmer. They have the Lawnmower 3.0. It is a terrific trimmer. The technology is so that the trimmer will cut the hair and not cut your personal parts,
which is important.
Oh man, is it ever? It's also waterproof, which is really cool. Now you can get this perfect package from Manscaped. It includes the trimmer and some crop preserver and some moisturizers and things like that. And you can get 20% off from Manscaped if you go to their website, manscaped.com, and use the promo code X96. That's manscaped.com, promo code X96, 20% off and free shipping.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
and
favorite.
Hildy,
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and dropped off some toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about...
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went, oh, well.
You didn't like his advice, and then you looked into it? And,
yeah. I said,
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff, I said? Did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and said, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that Cuba going?"
Is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy, if you're listening. We have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard he was doing
like the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of
Chainsaw Guy podcast.
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So, a Chainsaw Guy, I just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
he could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, yeah. I want him in here. I need to see him. I
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes,
there's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
make
If
good
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the...
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice
and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, hey, hey, hey,
Yeah.
So I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy? Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
And
then you can have all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, can you come over right now? And I said, no.
All right, 6:36 right now. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, full strength, brought to you by
Tim Dolly Auto Group, home of the forever warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Dolly Infiniti, Tim Dolly Ford, and all 3 Tim Dolly Nissan locations.
Oh, he's still a young man, 64. Sinbad, comedian, has suffered a stroke, his family says. The Adkins family said, that's his name, Sinbad Adkins, said in a statement to the Associated Press on Monday that it is, quote, out of sincere love that we share Sinbad, our beloved husband and father, is recovering from a recent stroke. Sinbad is a light source of love and joy for many generations. While he is beginning his road to recovery, we are faithful and optimistic that he will bring laughter into our hearts again very soon.
He brought it into our hearts. We were making fun of him a long time ago.
Several times, for many weeks running, for some reason, we started making fun of Sinbad.
Because he was coming to town, so it was being advertised, and we were making fun of it. And then we had an opportunity to have him on the show when he came to town.
I said, "Are you sure he'll want to be on the show? You know, we've been merciless making fun of him." And somebody said he knows that. He knows. He's heard. And so he came on the show.
And was hilarious.
He was great.
He was charming and funny and won us over. And we went, oh, okay, we get it now. Okay.
You're a good guy. You're a good guy.
We're fans of Sinbad on the radio from now.
You know, and I didn't know his work that well when we started making fun of him. I had seen him do a couple of things, and I don't even think I'd seen him do stand-up, just where he'd been on something where he had to be spontaneous, and he was not having a good time of it when I saw him. You know, he wasn't being very funny. But when he came on our show, we probably have a recording of that somewhere.
That was a long time ago. It was back at the other studio.
Sinbad, of course, was he did voice work on shows for Disney. He's done a lot of stand-up over the years. What was his? I don't know what his big breakthrough was.
He was on
some TV
Star
show.
Search with
Was
Ed
he the
McMahon.
host?
Oh, he wasn't the host.
He wasn't the
was
host,
a
but that's-
contestant.
He was a contestant.
That's where he sprang from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, and then it's about time. Finally, we've all been waiting. You know, Gwen Stefani is finally showing off that $500,000 diamond ring that Blake Shelton gave her.
It has taken a long time for them to
Finally.
get engaged.
Well, yeah, but the ring.
You know why?
She's had the ring for a while. She didn't want to show anybody, but finally.
Why is it
No,
taking so
just
long?
she just got the ring. Let me tell you. Let me Catholic explain to you people.
Okay.
The reason why it's taken so long for them to get engaged is she's been busy annulling her marriage to Gavin Rossdale. She's very, very Catholic, and if you're very, very Catholic, you can't get married until you pretend that never happened, even though you have 3 children with Gavin Rossdale. You have to pretend it never happened.
So, Gina, you've corrected me and said, oh, no, she just got that ring. She just got that ring. Then you explain to me why this headline says Gwen Stefani finally shows off the $500,000 diamond ring, if she just got it.
Well, I'm just saying we've been waiting a long time for the two of them to make it official.
You know, I haven't actually been waiting for that at all. But I'm glad that they've got it together. They seem very happy. And she's got a $500,000 diamond ring.
Well, she can hawk that if she needs to someday.
I'll be happy. Let's see. 1 week into Utah's state of emergency order about the coronavirus pandemic and statewide mask mandate. And guess what? The coronavirus is surging even faster than ever, surpassing 155,000 cases on Monday. A quick glance at the state's cumulative case chart shows that we're not flattening the curve in any way, shape, or form. It's actually steepening with a series of daily records last week. Governor Gary Herbert, you know, King Herbert, mentioned in his latest news conference that, unfortunately, we're not surprised by these numbers, he said. He said, we see the trend that's occurring and the infection rates taking place in this rapid spread of COVID-19. The governor mentioned the length of time to double our number of cases is getting shorter. It took over 2 months to go from 35,110 on July 20th to 70,761 on September 26th, then just a little more than 6 weeks to double that. It took us 9.5 weeks to get from, well, that's what he just said. There are more numbers to consider than just cumulative cases. The percentage of positive tests is at an all-time high at 24.6%. The hospitals are the one thing, even in light of all of those new cases, the hospitals are holding steady. Doesn't mean it's good, but they're holding steady. They're just on the verge of being overwhelmed.
Well, 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, sure.
Yeah, we'll see then.
And we're seeing, as these cases rise, unfortunately, we're seeing more children becoming sick with COVID-19 as the hospitalizations go up and more people get the virus. Coronavirus cases proliferate around Utah, and doctors at Primary Children's Hospital say that they're seeing more and more of the illness, at least 20 cases as of Monday in children. They're casting doubt over the widespread belief that COVID-19 is almost never serious in children. These cases they're seeing are very serious. The kids who develop the illness known as multisystem, this is a subsequent illness apparently, multisystem inflammatory syndrome. These kids at Primary Children's, they've been spending at least 6 days in the hospital. 5 of them have been in the ICU. And these are really young kids who are being knocked down hard by this disease. So this is, let's see, a woman accused of trying to kill her ex-girlfriend and her new partner, her ex-girlfriend's new partner by stabbing them and burning down their house. Is now behind bars. Adam Yang Kien was arrested on 2 counts of murder, second-degree felony, and aggravated arson. Officers responded to a residence in Draper after the caller said her new partner's ex-girlfriend Tien allegedly stabbed them multiple times with a knife. The women were then locked in an upstairs bedroom and told dispatch. They told dispatch that smoke was coming in and the smoke alarm was going off, and they believed that Ms. Tien had set their house on fire. When officers arrived, they ordered Tien to drop the knife, put her hands behind her back. She did, was taken into custody. And while at the hospital, officers heard Tien telling medical personnel that she and her girlfriend had moved to Utah to be close to an online friend, and Tien became aware of a relationship between her girlfriend and the other person, and should set her off into a violent rage. Let's see, Donald. Jeez. So the Boy Scouts now deluged with 92,700 abuse claims, and they say that dwarfs the Catholic Church's numbers.
Wow.
It's Boy Scouts of America will face more than 92,700 claims of sexual abuse in a bankruptcy that could reshape the future of the organization. Well, it already has.
Yeah.
It's not could. It has reshaped the Boy Scouts. The Boy Scouts of America will face those claims it's one of the nation's oldest and largest youth organizations. The number of claims and the total payouts to settle them will easily eclipse those in the sex abuse scandal that engulfed the U.S. Catholic Church 10 years ago.
Wow.
The Catholic Church here in the United States paid out
millions,
hundreds of millions of dollars in abuse claims. The Boy Scouts, 110-year-old organization. They will pay. They filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and there's no way they're going to rebound from all of that.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has attacked the vote counting in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas area. He says, I won Nevada.
You know, there are Republicans that are in charge of that there in Nevada, right? That's your people, sir.
But Sean Reyes, our Attorney General, went down to Las Vegas and to Nevada and said there were voting irregularities. There were.
I wish our Attorney General minded our business here and quit poking his nose in other states' business.
I wish our Attorney General got in a car and drove somewhere else and never came back.
Well, that would be...
Couldn't he go out for cigarettes? Sean Reyes, can't you go out for cigarettes?
Go out for some,
Go out for a ride and never come back, as Springsteen said.
Yeah, that's what
and take Burgess with you. Why don't you both get in the car? And
finally, this story. Platypuses, those odd creatures.
I love platypuses.
Well, apparently, when you shine a black light on them, they glow.
Cool.
And nobody knows why.
No one knows why, because they're awesome. That's why.
That's why, because they're super animals.
So if you shine an ultraviolet light on a platypus, it makes the animal's fur fluoresce with a greenish-blue tint.
Did we just now figure this out?
For most humans, ultraviolet light exists outside of the visible spectrum, but certain pigments can absorb it. Let's see. Mammals, one night a few years ago, Jonathan Martin, an associate professor of forestry in Australia, this is in Wisconsin, was exploring the woods behind his house with a UV flashlight when he saw that a flying squirrel this flying squirrel was bright pink.
Wow.
Because he was shining an ultraviolet light on it. And he went, huh.
That's not something you don't see that every day.
So why does the squirrel, why does it fluoresce like that? And nobody knows why it has those properties. There's got to be a reason for it. Nature always provides some reason.
Yeah.
Well, there's some creature that can see it that way, but why would that be?
Yeah.
Maybe it's something to do with like an oil on there.
Apparently,
coat?
with the platypus, they just found this out.
Wow.
A roadkill platypus discovered by...
Wait a minute. Roadkill platypus.
She's writing that down.
That'd be a band name.
Roadkill
She's
platypus.
always looking to change her computer passwords.
So this platypus was discovered by a mycologist, a mushroom hunter, and he had a black light, and he discovered this platypus dead in the road, and he shined his black light on it, and what? It was glowing. Why would a platypus fluoresce?
Our attorney Ed Brass has an answer. He says anyone who lived through the 60s knows why.
Yeah, Ed Brass will fluoresce if you shine a black light on him.
Maybe I will too.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, Deadpool owns a soccer team. Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are now in control of a Welsh soccer team, the Wrexham AFC. The news announced on the team's Twitter account, which revealed that the two actors acquired the team through their R.R. McReynolds company after supporters voted in favor of the move.
Wrexham? I hardly knew him.
Now, this is a big deal because you can't just buy a soccer team, just like you can't just buy a basketball team or a football team. It has to be approved by the body, and
all the owners have to approve.
And so Ryan Reynolds, who's Canadian and also American, and now owns a Welsh soccer. He needs to pick a country, Ryan. You need to pick a country. So you're wondering why BYU has been able to play all these football games, and Utah still hasn't played their first game of the season. Part of it is because BYU, they're independent. They don't answer to anybody, which means...
They can have as much coronavirus on the team as they
want.
want.
Sort of. So there's the NCAA regulations, which they have to follow, of course. But all the different conferences have their own set of rules. And the Pac-12's is pretty strict, just because of the nature of where we are and where coronavirus was going pretty crazy in the beginning. And they put in really strict COVID rules about you have to have so many players available, and BYU basically says as long as we have enough guys to put on the field, it doesn't matter how much corona is happening on the team as long as we have enough to put on the field, which is
Corona update.
So that's why. Now, the Utes are going to try one more time to have a football game this weekend. USC is supposed to be coming to town on Saturday for an 8:30 game.
They're supposed to be coming to town. We haven't heard. They haven't called or anything.
They haven't called. It's on the schedule.
It's on the schedule.
There.
Are they coming or not? I don't know.
So I don't know. We shall see, because that Pac-12 restriction that applies to both those teams. So it's not just if the Utes have too many cases. If USC for some reason has too many cases, they won't be able to play either. Although they have played 2 games and they're 2-0. Utes are 0-0 because no games yet. Weather, so warmer today. We'll have a high in the low 60s today. It'll be kind of nice to get outside and do some outsidey sort of things.
It was really warm yesterday.
So today and tomorrow, low 60s. Thursday, high of 50. And then by Friday, Saturday, we're back down into the 40s. So enjoy these next couple of days.
Okay,
and
I will.
You don't enjoy anything. Why would you enjoy the weather?
I wasn't planning on enjoying them, but now that you've exhorted me to do it, I guess I will.
Traffic, we have a stalled vehicle eastbound I-215 south. The ramp to go northbound I-15 in Murray, the ramp is closed. You're going to need to use an alternate there. That's the only accident being reported by UDOT. Are you reporting something? It's fun. You should try it. If it's safe for you to do it, you can text it to us, 33986.
I Google imaged platypus fluorescent fur. And they grow kind of a greenish blue.
That's weird. That's weird. I don't know why they would do that. I don't know.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, I've always loved platypus. They've always been one of my favorite animals because they're just It's like they took one from column A,
Yeah.
one from
Yep.
column B, and
We wondered what would happen.
we stick it together.
The duck-billed platypus.
Is there a difference between a spoonbill and a duckbill platypus?
There must be.
I think so. I think there's. I think it's a different variety.
Mm-hmm.
And they get chlamydia. Oh no, wait, that's
No.
koalas.
Oh.
Koalas. Koala. That's what the koalas are being. The koala bears are being decimated by chlamydia.
Oh, Carrie, the spoonbill platypus doesn't look anything like a duck-billed platypus.
No, because see, I just kept hearing the term spoonbill from school, from grade school, and I was like, now what's a
Spoonbill-
spoonbill platypus?
They look like a bird more.
They look like a
They're-
bird.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want your straight-ahead duck-billed platypus.
The duck-billed platypus wishes that he looked more like a bird, but he does not.
So many things to like about the platypus, little hands, the claws at the end of the hands.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we borrowed from a mole, we borrowed from a beaver, we borrowed from this and
What
that.
do they do all day?
What do they do?
What does the platypus do all day?
Probably look for food. That's what most animals do all day.
I don't know. And looks for other platypuses to.
Is it
mate with.
platypi?
Platypi?
I think it's platypuses. I think they look for other creatures.
What do you mean they're also venomous and lay eggs? What the hell are you talking about?
Well, that's
Lindsay?
true.
I believe the egg part, but what about the venomous part?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
true?
Yeah, that is true.
So they're not cute?
Well, no. And they smell bad.
How do you know what they smell like?
I just read that they smell bad. I haven't smelled.
I read that you smelled bad. That's a mean thing to say about the platypus.
You smell like hospital.
So that's a mean thing to say about the platypus. So you're going to say to me, I read that you smell bad.
I want you to know how the platypus feels about it.
I'm totally rethinking the platypus. Lindsay says that they have spikes on the back of their legs. Spikes and venomous? Oh. I can't cuddle a platypus. I can't. No.
They're not cuddly.
All right. Okay, well, we will...
wait, I'm getting word that they smell great.
Oh.
Musky. It's from a platypus sniffer.
They're musky. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with Utah Word of the Day and Round One of Your Boners, all coming up. And get that food bank information ready, Gina.
Okay.
We'll lay that on you after the break.
Sure.
And you can watch us perform Utah Word of the Day live at x96.com/live.
Are we wearing
make it any better.
costumes?
It doesn't make it any better.
We should wear costumes.
You get the excitement of seeing me holding the script like this and reading. See?
Yeah.
And turning the page
That
just
is
like
exciting.
that. Well, you can see all that at x96.com/live. We'll take a break. We'll be back. KXRK Provo.
Now, I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said I'm right at. He said, "Can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind, if I bring him in for a minute." He wanted to say hi.
Well, okay. Is it safe? I mean,
Can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't
see him.
see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been calling me all the time about, they say, "Hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do?" And I say, "Well, you just get a chainsaw." You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger.
Do you
As a
have your
one-legged
chainsaw?
tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, chainsaw guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I
Because
do
I
or
have a
not.
question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, chainsaw guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw guy, what should I do?
Well, all you have to do first is you take your boy, and then you take a line of clothes, and then you wear the cover. And then you get the breeze, and you put it around the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get it in, and then you grab a beer, and you get a pepper, and you say, and then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, chainsaw guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw guy,
important.
I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
It's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Well,
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
no, there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. In Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said,
They did.
now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because you see, Gina, before they were saying we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating, but now they had to
they're
walk
gonna
that
back
back.
off.
They had to walk that back a little.
Okay. So before we get to Utah Word of the Day.
Yes.
We'll do some good work.
Yeah.
And then are we going to...
Something of good report.
And then we're going to do Utah Word of the Day?
Yeah.
I actually have two good things we can do here.
What's
I
that?
can double up.
Okay.
So the first one is thousands of families are struggling to put food on the table, but you can help those in need. Donate today at x96.com. That's where you can just donate money, which always is needed because no matter what they gather with the actual food drive, your money can buy the things that they're short on or the greatest needs there. So go to x96.com for that. Or what you can do is bring non-perishable food donations to the Gateway for their Lights On celebration and holiday food drive. This is happening Friday, November 20th. Every person who donates food or money will qualify to win prizes provided by our sponsors and qualify for a Red Cliffs Lodge drive-away vacation. It's down in Moab. It's our friends down there. For more information, go to x96.com. We also want to thank Teleperformance for making that possible. Another nice thing that's happening is our friends at Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
What are they doing?
They know 2020 has been difficult, earthquakes, storms, pandemics, everything else. They think it's important to help each other and say thanks. They're giving away a brand new water heater and air purifying system to make people a little more comfortable this winter. So if you go to scotthale.com, you can nominate friends and family and help say thanks.
Nice.
So there's another nice thing that's happening.
Well, we're just oozing nice, aren't we?
Well, because they know what's coming, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, all of our good works now.
Now
you know who else does good works?
Well, we had a
Ran Life.
Oh, she's
right.
pushing forward.
Sponsor.
She's making it happen.
They're your local mortgage experts. Their knowledgeable team can find you the lowest fetch and rates available and have you closed in an easy, streamlined e-close experience. ranlife.com.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Ass. A-S-S. Ass. Our listeners have responded. John Barrett suggested this Utah word. John says he hears this one all the time. What John may not realize is that by sending this suggestion to Radio from Hell at x96.com, he has ensured that the Utah Word of the Day continues for yet another week. Apparently, John wants people to suffer. Way to go, John. So here they are, LeVar and LeGrand, to use the word John suggested. That word is ass. Thanks, John.
Say there, LeGrand, you doing okay? I mean, I know times are tight, what with all this pandemia going on, and I was just thinking that you probably aren't bringing in as much money as you was. Are things at the bait shop slowing down a bit? How's cash flow?
Well, funny thing is, LeVar, the business has been booming. I mean, folks have extra time, and they want to do stuff outdoors instead of being cooped up inside with a bunch of coronavirus germoids floating around.
Oh.
So they've been going fishing, and that means they've been buying bait and tackle. Well, I had my best summer ever. I sold more worms this year than the last few.
Well, that's real good. I was worried you might be having a hard time making ends meet.
Nope. Them red wigglers have been in demand. I was able to even jack up the price just a little bit. But now, colder weather's coming on, and I know things will start slowing up. All I can hope for is a good freeze.
Well, now, why is a good freeze good for business?
Well, if the lakes and the reservoirs freeze up good, people will be wanting bait and tackle for ice fishing. But so far, I ain't had no one ask about ice fishing supplies, 'cause, well, there ain't no ice to fish through. No one is asking about ice fishing. No one person has asked for ice auger.
Oh, well, listen, partner, the whole reason I asked about how business was doing was to let you know that if you need any assistance, don't be embarrassed to ask for help. I assume you would feel weird about asking for a loan, but you shouldn't feel that way. I'd float you a loan so's you could avoid financial disaster.
Well, it's mighty kind of you, but I do have a pretty good assortment of financial products designed to help me through some hard times. You know, savings and an IRA that I can borrow against, so I should be okay.
I'm astounded that you have planned so well. I mean, you seem to be ready to meet the challenge. Astounded and astonished.
Well, I don't know why you should have such a note of surprise in your voice. When I was a boy, my dad taught me the value of saving and planning for the future. He would say, "LeGrand, your main assignment in life is finding the best way to stay money stable."
Oh, well, now I feel dumb that I was even a little bit thinking that you may not be making ends meet. I didn't realize that you were a regular Ort of the Deal Donald Trump-like money wizard. I feel like an ass for even asking you about how you were doing.
No. It was real kind of you to ask if I was okay. You are a true pal. When it comes to a loan, right now, I can pass. But if I need help now, I know exactly who to ask.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Do you lose a little bit of your soul every time you write those? Just a little.
That took the wind right out of me. Yeah.
But the good news is that you can cuddle a female platypus because they don't have the venomous spurs.
Just the boys.
It's just the males that apparently have the venomous spurs.
Now we've got Boner of the Day coming up, and round one. And I think we have a problem here on our website. It's not so. There are 2 round ones listed here. Let me look and just make sure. It looks like they've changed some of it, but they're not in the right order. I'm going to have to check one more time. She might have fixed it by now.
This is science, the Boner of the Day. It's
yeah,
got to
no,
be
it's
exact.
Well, okay, we can. Okay, it looks like that they fixed it. Well, it is science. You gotta give the right order so people can go and look at it and vote the right order, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we got it here.
You good? We're all good.
I hope.
Okay.
Let's just say, yeah. Yes.
Well,
Terry?
this is Senator Lindsey Graham calling in. I'm wondering if you could throw out some of those votes if you don't mind too much.
Who was it that I heard say this? It was Al Franken. He was talking about voting irregularities. He said, and the Republicans are saying that there are thousands of dead people who are registered to vote. Yes, that's true. There are thousands of dead people because when you die, the first thing you don't say, before I go, make sure I get taken off the voter rolls.
But they can't vote because they're dead.
He said there are thousands of dead people who are registered, but they don't go vote because they're dead. I just love, because I've heard that argument. You know how many dead people are registered to vote? Thousands. Yep.
All right. So we will. Oh, well, do you want to preview them or are they okay?
I think we got it.
All right.
Round 1, candidate 1. That's a wrap. Now let's party. Number 2, just like the Nazis. And number 3, I've been a bad, bad boy.
All right. Gina, do you have a traffic at all? Or
No, I was just going to say things are looking good. I have no accidents to tell you about, and you haven't sent me any via text at 33986. So I'm just going to assume that everything's okay. Now, if you're looking at something and go, well, don't assume, Gina, that makes an ass out of you and me. Don't you know that? I'm looking at an accident right here. So text it to us if it's safe for you to do that. 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Big Boy News, round 1 of your boners, all coming up after these. UtahAdvocates.com right now, or at 3 in the morning when it's weighing heavy on your head and you can't sleep, you can live chat with a lawyer for free. And find out if you have a case.
You know when you can talk to a lawyer for free, too? Tomorrow on our show.
Oh, right.
That's correct, yes.
I don't remember exactly what time it is, but do you know, Katie?
7 o'clock.
What time?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. An advocate will be on the radio with us, and you can see how it works. Call in with your question. So if you've been hurt in an accident of any kind, and you think you may have a case, you can call the advocates at 801-355-5550, or tomorrow you can call and ask your question on the radio. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You can also go to UtahAdvocates.com and live chat with an attorney 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the nice thing about all of this is it doesn't cost you any money unless they take your case and get you a settlement. So 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side. Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back. Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Can I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan! Come back, I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
7:21 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, it's just the winner of round 1. It's not boner of the day. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. And then we take both winners and put them against each other. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. Right now, send one of these 3 champions forward as the winner of round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know, one of the good things about getting closer to having vaccine disseminated amongst the population is we're one day closer to being able to distribute the Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
As a matter of fact, that'll be the sign that you have been vaccinated if you have a boner t-shirt on.
Once our office opens.
So here's boner candidate number 1. That's a wrap. Now let's party. Neo and company, Keanu Reeves.
The Matrix?
Yeah, they can escape the horrible realities of the real world in the Matrix, but that doesn't mean that their real-life actors can or should be able to dodge a pandemic here on Earth. According to The Guardian, the cast and crew of The Matrix have come under scrutiny for throwing a rap party disguised as a film shoot to bypass coronavirus health safety rules. On November 11th, approximately 200 people, including Keanu Reeves, attended the Matrix 4 party at Babelsberg Film Studios, just outside of Berlin, Germany. The guests were invited to attend the event as film extras. Bianca Markowitz, spokeswoman for Babelsberg Studio, said producers told her that the film team was shooting new footage for a celebration scene, which they filmed earlier in the summer. The hygiene regulations were complied with, said Markowitz. The production team consciously put this shoot with its many participants right at the end of filming. However, a 39-year-old attendee who was anonymous at this point appeared to be a production celebration, party, a rap party, not a movie scene at all. No directorial instructions were given. There was no clapperboard. There were no cameras.
It's a party. You had a party.
The mood was exuberant at the party. Everybody was given a PCR test in advance. Everybody needed to come wearing a mask, but many people didn't wear them as the evening wore on.
Yep.
It was a big, big old party.
You can't have parties now, anywhere.
Well, you can if you're in the Matrix. That's a wrap. Now let's party. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Yeah, that's right. That's just like the Nazis. Just like them. The owner of an Orem tuxedo store has put a sign on his door that reads, Governor's mandate, masks required, Sieg Heil. This is the Tuxedo Warehouse location in Orem, and that's what it says. The phrase is Sieg Heil, of course, used by
Do they think
the
it's
Nazis
funny?
when saluting Adolf Hitler and his regime, with the outstretched arm and open
They
hand.
think they're being funny.
Yeah,
I guess.
They think
again,
that's funny.
Being asked to wear a piece of cloth on your face is not tyranny.
What a
It's
bunch of
not.
babies.
So a bunch of people.
And you know when you got to get measured for a tuxedo, that means getting in close. You all should be wearing masks in there anyway.
There are a bunch of people commenting on it on Twitter. One says, I saw your charming note. I won't ever frequent your business again and tell everybody I know not to either. It makes me sad. I know there are still decent people in the world, but things like this are discouraging. Yeah, it's just like the Nazis to have to make you wear a mask, Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I've been a bad, bad boy.
All right, boner candidate number 3 coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Perry Farrell had to undergo neck surgery, and as part of that surgery, they had to take out his voice box.
Ooh.
I had crushed discs in my neck, mostly from partying and leaning back my head to rip out the notes when I was singing, also surfing and dancing around, he said. They had to remove my voice box while they did the surgery.
Good
so
Lord.
What they did was take it out and set it aside, do the surgery, and then put it back in.
That was somebody's job to keep an eye on Perry's voice box.
It was daunting, he said. They literally exposed my skeleton, took the discs out, and put in artificial discs. He said the surgery was successful. I'm a quarter of an inch taller and twice as attractive as I used to be. Let's see. Elon Musk. His fortune has now jumped $15 billion, and he is now richer than Zuckerberg.
Really?
Yeah. Elon Musk, Chief Executive Officer of Space Exploration Technology Corporation and Tesla Incorporated. He is now, he's just fabulously wealthy, let's put it that way. The Tesla stock just closed at $408.09 a share. It surged about 14% yesterday in New York at the close. His SpaceX company, they just shot 4 guys up to the space shuttle, and it's been a very successful mission so far. The Dragon capsule pulled up and docked late Monday, following a 27-hour completely automated flight. Completely automated. This is what's so astonishing to me.
Yeah.
It is. Now,
It's run by someone back here at a control room.
Again, if something goes wrong, they can take over and fly the thing, but it is on autopilot the whole way, and it was very, very, very just technically perfect mission so far. As was the first one they did, where those guys went up there for a few days and came back, and I watched when they left the International Space Station, and it was just amazing. It looks like a Tesla dashboard, essentially, in there with all it's all just touch screen stuff. No toggle switches and none of that stuff.
That's sad because I like a good toggle switch.
Well, I do too.
With the little light at the bottom that glows.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them in my Mini. I got toggle switches.
Yeah, they look great, but
yeah.
the SpaceX capsule docked with the International Space Station, and it was seamless. President-elect Joe Biden said yesterday that the biggest threat posed by President Trump's refusal to cooperate with the Biden transition team is that more people may die if we can't access the outgoing administration's COVID-19 vaccine distribution plans.
What?
If they have any.
No, remember you saw the stack of papers that Kaylee made. We have this whole thing. No?
When Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris delivered remarks on the economy in Wilmington, Delaware, an NBC reporter asked Biden what he saw as the biggest threat to his transition. He said, given President Trump's unprecedented attempt to obstruct and delay a smooth transfer of power, more people may die if we don't coordinate. As my chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say, a vaccine is important, but it's of little use if you're vaccinated.
Yeah.
How are you going to get the vaccine?
You can't get it to the people.
How do we get over 300 million Americans vaccinated? What's the game
That should be
plan?
happening now.
Yeah.
Not wait till January 20th to figure that out.
And there are some plans plans, but they don't.
Allegedly, the states each have their plans, but
it's getting it from the federal government to the states.
This is a huge undertaking to get it done, prioritize those greatest in need, and work our way through it, and also cooperate with the World Health Organization and the rest of the world in dealing with this, Biden said. If we have to wait until January 20th, it puts us behind over a month and a half, he said. We need to be ready to go immediately. More Utah schools have closed because of coronavirus. 3 more Utah high schools, North Summit, Tooele, and Stansbury, have shut down in-person learning and switched to online classes temporarily. The announcements were issued yesterday after the schools had closed for the day. Burgess Owens, reacting to winning his congressional seat from Ben McAdams, he's excited. He's really excited.
He's now the dumbest man in Congress.
I think so. At least
he's not smart, and I say that based on not the ad campaigns, because those were ads. I say that based on interviews I've listened to, and the debate.
Yeah.
He's not smart.
No, he is not. And Shireen Gorbani,
I know that made me sad.
Has conceded her close race, Salt Lake County Councilwoman, to Laurie Stringham. She said, we came up short in this race, lost by about 1,196 votes out of over 508,000 votes cast in the election. She says, I congratulate Laurie Stringham as the next Salt Lake County Councilwoman and I think it's the at-large seat.
Shireen, I hope you run for something else, because I like having you involved in our government.
There was an earthquake about 3.1 around 19 miles outside of Spanish Fork. People in Spanish Fork felt it. Let's see, it was Monday, and it was up in the mountains. No, actually it says no reports of any shaking felt in the heavily populated area. No damage reported, but there was an earthquake reported by the seismograph station. And finally the TSA wants you to know which Thanksgiving items you can and cannot have in your checked luggage.
What counts as a liquid?
So Thanksgiving
is
foods,
cranberry sauce a liquid?
Thanksgiving foods that you can carry through the TSA checkpoint.
All right.
Baked goods. You can carry turkey, chicken, ham, or steak, frozen, cooked, or uncooked.
Okay.
Stuffing, cooked or in a box.
All right.
Casseroles. Your green bean casserole. Yep, you can bring that through the checkpoint. Mac and cheese, yes. Fresh vegetables, yes. Fresh fruit, yes. Candy and spices. You should now, if you have cranberry sauce, you can take it through, but you have to be careful that it's packaged well. Gravy. You can take gravy.
Just
make sure it's in a jar. Canned fruit or vegetables.
You can't just take a saucepan.
Yeah, no. And maple syrup. You can take maple syrup. Those are packed. Those are with checked luggage. You have to have those with checked luggage.
Okay.
But the other ones you can carry on. So you can carry on a whole turkey if you want.
Did I hear gravy be addressed? I was distracted.
Yeah, gravy,
so- okay.
gravy, homemade in a jar
All
or
right,
can, but
okay.
it has to be in your checked luggage.
Checked luggage for gravy. Okay.
Checked luggage.
So I can carry my biscuits through.
Yes.
Yes.
All
you
right,
can.
because I'll be dipping the biscuits in the gravy later. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Weather, traffic.
Warm today, 63 for a high. Tomorrow, also 63. Then there's a slight chance of showers Wednesday night into Thursday, and we'll be down to 50. And by the weekend, we're back in the 40s. So enjoy these couple days of 60s. Do things outside that you like to do outside when it's in the 60s. Traffic, friends of the program say that there's a big tire in the road southbound I-15 just past the North Willard exit. So if you want to do some CrossFit out there, maybe you can just roll that tire off to the side of the road. Construction 47 South, 36 West, causing slowdowns on the 47 South exit on Bangerter. Those both come to us via text. Thank you, friends of the program, for sending those in. If you see something, you can send it in too. If it's safe for you to do so, you can just text it to us, 33986. Grants for down payment assistance to buy a home or back get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Text the word money to 62687.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I've been a bad, bad boy. California Governor Gavin Newsom has apologized for what he called a bad mistake in attending a birthday party that broke all of the rules that he's been preaching to slow the spread of the coronavirus. He has suffered severe political backlash since it surfaced Friday that he and his wife attended the party with a dozen friends at the pricey French Laundry restaurant in wine country. Mr. Newsom's, or Governor Newsom's, apology came as some legislators from California reportedly made a trip to the annual political conference in Hawaii. So these legislators went to a political conference in Hawaii, because that's what you do. Governor Newsom said he realized as soon as he sat down at the party that the group was larger than he had expected to celebrate the 50th birthday of Jason Kinney, a political advisor that Newsom said he has known for 20 years. I made a bad mistake. I should have just stood up and just drove back to my house, he said. But
Yes.
he didn't.
Gavin, we expect better from you.
The spirit of what I'm preaching all the time was contradicted, he said. I need to preach and practice, not just preach.
Yes.
I've been
Stupid.
a bad boy. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, that's a wrap. Now let's party. The Matrix 4 disguised their wrap party as a film shoot so that they could avoid coronavirus safety laws at a film studio in Germany. Boner candidate number 2, yeah, just like the Nazis. The owner of a tuxedo store in Orem put a sign on his door, governor's mandate, masks required, Sieg Heil. And boner candidate number 3, I've been a bad, bad boy.
All right. Time for you to vote for round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. Here we go. You got to decide of these 3 which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Because you see, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day. It's the winner of round 1. We have round 2 coming up at 8:20 this morning with 3 different candidates. Another winner there. We take both winners, we put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll vote. So right now you got to pick one of these 3 candidates to advance. Send forward to Boner Dome. Pick a winner of round 1. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do it that way. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, November 17, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1. Let's go.
It's Beth's question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. about pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10-year-old I had with, or of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, it's, so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like, no human, other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know that you've got stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Millan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. Oh. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh, my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out, and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. Mm-hmm. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. and he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
$7:45. Time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Shawarma.
And protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm, Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Boner candidate number one was That's a Wrap, Now Let's Party, the rap party for Matrix 4. They disguised it. They tried to make them believe that it was a film shoot so that they could get, they were filming a final scene for the movie so they could get around coronavirus party restrictions. Boner candidate number two, just like the Nazis. Man, having to wear masks, that's just like the Nazis, isn't it? An Orem store owner putting that sign in his window that said, masks required, Sieg Heil. And boner candidate number three, I've been a bad, bad boy. California Governor Newsom caught attending a party, a birthday party for a longtime friend, a party that was...
We can't have parties now.
That was way outside of the bounds of the coronavirus restrictions in California that he continually harps on, and he went anyway.
Oh, and Disneyland fans are just, because I follow that social media stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they are furious that he hasn't opened the parks, but he can go to a party.
Yeah. And then, let's see, Jeanette won a boner T-shirt, and the winner was boner candidate number two. Yeah, just like the Nazis.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round one's voting. It goes forward. Might be boner of the day. We got round two coming up at 8:20. We'll get three different candidates, and then another winner there. And then we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20. You will decide boner of the day at that time with Boner Fight. All right, I think Nate is on the phone.
Nate McDonald with the COVID task force here in Utah. Are you there, Nate?
I'm here.
Hi. Mr. McDonald, I know Gina has some questions for you, and I want to I want to just start the segment off by sharing this email that came in overnight about coronavirus, and maybe it'll just give people, put them in the right frame of mind to listen to this stuff. It says, Dear Radio from Hell, I have for you a personal timeline of my journey over the past few weeks. Check it out. It's really fun. October 31st, it starts on Halloween. We had over siblings and spouses for a party, maybe 8 people. It was a costume party. We ended up watching the movie Scream. November 3rd, I wake up full-blown sick. November 6th, I get tested for COVID. November 9th, COVID test comes back positive. November 12th, it's been 10 days since I got sick from COVID symptoms or becoming they're becoming more severe. November 14th, I've been checked into the ER. After tests and assessments from the staff, I was told if I had stayed at home, I would have died on the floor. So now I am in the ICU.
Oh, wow.
I'm told that checkout time is indefinite. They don't know when they're going to let me go. With all this said, don't forget I was very healthy. I'm 38 years old. I've lifted weights all my life, had a healthy diet. Cancel Thanksgiving, cancel Christmas. It's not worth it. I might actually die because I didn't want to miss out on a Halloween party.
Jeez.
So, Derek, we hope that you do well in the hospital and you are released. But that's the message there, and I think, you know, we can talk and talk and talk and talk about what the governor has asked us to do and the health officials have asked us to do, and for some reason that doesn't strike home to people. It's amazing, isn't it? So Nate,
it is.
You know, I you know, Thanksgiving. What are the recommendations coming from the COVID task force?
Well, I mean, it's no different from what we've been hearing, and that's what's so frustrating, right? Is Derek? One, thank you, Derek, for sharing your story. I think if more people hear, I mean, unfortunately, we don't want more of these stories to happen, but people who these experiences do happen to share them, people can start understanding that this is real and they need to take it more serious. Yeah. You know, it's such a hard battle, and I know our leaders, you know, everyone's struggling with what do you do during the holidays. You know, definitely some people just want the hard line drawn, don't get together with your family members, but no one can mandate and enforce not getting together with your family members, and people are going to get together with family members. You know, unfortunately, just like people had Halloween parties. And so the message is look, one, this is the year to choose to just do it with your family. It is a great year to just let's do something together with your household, with your family in your own home. And that is the best option.
Yep.
However, we know that there's going to be some people who do get together and who do have other households come together. Please limit it as much as possible. But one, do everything we've been asking you to do. Physical distance, keep the tables separate, wear masks. People think they don't have to wear masks in their own homes. Mm-hmm. But if you're having people come over that aren't a part of your household, then do wear masks.
You know how much aerosolizing happens when you get into that argument about whether it's pronounced giblet or giblet, and people argue, and so do all of that stuff. Now I want before we get too far into this, I know Gina has some questions about testing, which I think are important. So.
Yeah, Nate. So my husband's business, they had a positive test come back. And so he wants to isolate the people that work around that person. So he sent those people in that cohort to get tested. They were all denied testing at multiple testing locations because they're asymptomatic. What is the stance right now of the state with testing if you've been exposed to somebody but you don't have symptoms?
You know, so one, that there is a lot of questions around that. But two, so first, if you don't have symptoms, they're not going to test you right away. Usually, they want you to wait a few days, multiple days, to allow to really determine if you have it, if you're going to have symptoms. The test, you know, there's just a lot more risks of false positives and everything like that. So if there is an exposure and you send people to go get tested right away, yeah, they're more likely going to be sent back. So that's one thing. Second thing is right now we're still getting all of our testing abilities ramped up. Right, part of this 2-week pause was to help us get testing ramped up and set up so we can have a better system in place to really accommodate those needs, particularly in a business setting where you want to be able to bring your people back as soon as possible. But then the last thing is you want to be cautious, or you want to make sure that you don't overreact to it as well. So you, one, definitely determine who had close contact. But, you know, and then once you determine who has close contact, it's quarantining, and I won't get mixed up, you know, with the words isolation versus quarantining, but it is making sure that you're not having someone quarantined that may have had a very limited exposure, but if masks were being worn, they weren't within 6 feet for a long period of time or for subsequent multiple times, then you don't need to overreact to that. So, but from a testing standpoint, they will turn you away if it's immediately after an exposure happened. They do want a period of time to go.
is the hope that we will get to the point where whoever feels like they need a test can get a test? Because I keep hearing how important that is to catching people that aren't symptomatic.
Absolutely, and that's something that that's part of this 2-week reset from the governor's state of emergency, is to really help ramp up and get those tests in place to be able to do more rapid tests in these situations, to help whether it's kids who have been having to quarantine and stay away from school, have had to stay home from school, or it's an employer who needs to bring their people back to work. We want to be able to reduce those time frames down and get them back, but do it safely.
So the only solution at this point, if one employee is tested positive or has the virus, we know tested positive, is that anyone that employee has been in contact with has to just stay home for a while, and then you can't run a business that way, right?
Well, but that so here the first thing is though is if you're that's where it comes back to the preventive measures from the get-go, right? Are you practicing physical distancing, wearing masks? If you're doing that, just think about your day-to-day routine. Even when I go into the office and have to work, I can't tell you anyone that I'm actually within 6 feet, not wearing the mask for longer than 15 minutes throughout the day. There's no one. So if you're practicing those things, it should be a very small list of people, if any, if someone does test positive. So that's where it just comes
the
back
chances
down
are
to.
that your fellow employees are not going to have the virus because you've been doing the right thing.
Correct. Right. So that's where it's just important. So people knee-jerk a lot, saying, "Oh my gosh, I talked to this person, so they've been exposed." Really think about that. 6 feet, within 6 feet, for longer than 15 minutes. And then if you were wearing masks, the chances are very slim. But that's a big thing. Don't overreact.
That's how doctors. I've been to several doctors' offices and been in enclosed rooms with technicians and so forth. But we've been wearing masks, and you should be pretty safe that way.
And then let me just throw this out. I know our time's short, but if this is a small business, make sure they take advantage of the Small Business Quarantine Grant Program. This is where the employer pays the employee still, but the state will reimburse those 2 weeks of wages for those employees. More businesses need to be taking advantage of that. The money is there to help them.
Okay. All right.
Thank
so
you very much, Nate.
You should go to coronavirus.utah.gov for information about all of that. Nate McDonald, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
We're looking good. I have nothing to report. Do you have something to report? Then report it. You do that if it's safe for you to do that. Texting it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right, 7:57, KXRK Provo. We will take a break. We will be back. We have round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. And more on the way. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Okay, so it's a little warm today. It's okay today. But you know that winter is coming, and you need to get that furnace tuned up.
Yeah, Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Make sure the furnace is ready when it gets cold again. You can get a tune-up for just $59. That's $59. And if you need a new furnace, Scott Hale can help out there. You can save $500 off a full system furnace and air conditioning unit. Scott Hale will take $125 off any $300 repair as well. So make sure you take advantage of all of that. It is, whether it feels like it today, it is winter, and you're going to need Scott Hale to come and make sure your furnace is working the right way. $59 for a tune-up. Just give them a call. The number is 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE. Or you can go to their website for more information, scotthale.com.
My grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
Fine, I won't say anything.
No,
then.
we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to, for how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things. But, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instruments, sir.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
Don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
That's not nice.
Leanne,
we
you
won't.
and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's special treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't be mean or you might make her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I
See you
love
la-
you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's all I
okay,
wanted.
thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See, you were going to cry for me, huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears. welling
Michelle,
up, and
do
I
you
thought,
think
you know
that-
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in the
minute.
workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle,
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
Being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, "Oh, that's what happened to the."
How is that common courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, "Well, then tell us all about it." Apparently,
you were
it's
being sarcastic.
apparently.
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later for like
I-
5 minutes. You
I
guys
didn't-
stop. You just
all
kept
right,
going.
No, I
Michelle.
didn't yell.
Michelle.
And going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle.
All right.
Michelle. Is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl is either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
Just tell Carrie you're sorry.
you're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when.
Let's go to, did you say Jennifer, Katie? Is that who that is? Jeffrey, sorry.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello.
What's up with you today?
So I just was rather interested with saying it was Hobbit Day, and it's like September 23rd. Oh yeah, that is Bilbo and Frodo's birthday, isn't it? But the calendar is wrong. The Shire calendar is actually off by a few weeks from us, if you actually go into that.
I had no idea,
The
but thank
Shire
you.
calendar.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Shire calendar.
And I made a point of looking into this simply because I got into a habit of reading Hobbit and Lord of the Rings every year on what would be the anniversary of when Bilbo takes his adventure to the Lonely Mountain.
And when is that?
I want to say that would be April 25th Shire calendar, which is, I believe, something closer to April 15th.
Can I ask you, Jeffrey, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I do have a wife, actually.
Really?
We've been married
name is
a little over
Galadriel.
5 years, and we got together as a result of board game night.
That's
That
not
makes
surprising. That's not surprising.
I'm glad you have each other.
Well, Jeffrey, thanks for being a friend of the program. It's wonderful to hear from you, and thanks for enlightening us about the Shire calendar.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later. It's nice to have Jeffrey out there to get us that information.
That is handy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. 8:06 right now.
And apparently we've lost Gina. I mean,
No, I'm here.
Oh,
We
where-
can hear her. We just can't see her.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
I'm having Wi-Fi trouble. Yeah, but I'm here. So
So yesterday we had an email of interest from someone who, well, her name's Victoria, and she said she would like to watch and report on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake for us. And she seems eminently qualified. She says, at least she claims in her email, that she's a lawyer, she's a feminist, she is from Utah originally, and she says, I'm an apologist for everything on the Bravo network. I like everything they do. And she's been a big fan of these and she wants to sort of try and bring into us why she thinks these are entertaining shows.
well, because we watched it and we don't get it. But I will say we haven't watched any of them, so maybe we really don't get it. Maybe there's something here that someone like Victoria could school us on.
Mm-hmm. So and also spare us from having to really watch it or watch it that closely. You know, you can look at it a little bit. So I sent Victoria an email back saying, you've convinced us. We read your letter on the air. We need your help. Please send a phone number and I'll call you with more. Or if you are more comfortable with email, we can just continue to do things through email. It would be great to talk to you, though. Let me know, I said. And she responded, Bill, great to hear from you. I usually podcast the show, so I just heard the show on Monday, or from Monday. It would be my pleasure and honor to be the Real Housewives of Salt Lake correspondent for Radio from Hell. I would definitely be happy to provide recaps, insights, and answer any questions that you might have. I will try and call in during check-ins on Wednesday to introduce myself to everyone. But talking to you all on Fridays sounds like a perfect plan.
Nice.
Then she gives her phone number. I look forward to talking to you soon. Thanks for the opportunity, and as always, thanks for the show, Victoria. So,
I think Victoria's going to save us here because
Well, I
I'm
hope.
sure our consultant would tell us.
Are you guys doing anything with that? Are
Yeah,
you-
you gotta be. Well, we're gonna. So Mike, we're gonna get a correspondent to watch it for us and tell us all about it. Fair enough. That's fair enough.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We love you, Mike, if you're listening.
All right.
He's in Chicago. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I hope you guys are doing something with this. I mean, after all, it is right in your backyard.
It says Salt Lake, right?
Doesn't it seem like it would be kind of silly to ignore it? I mean,
no, Mike,
okay.
I think we've got it covered. We've
fair enough.
Okay. He's a very nice guy.
Yes, and he's
not wrong. We should
be
talking about it.
He's the guy who's there to. I mean, we don't do everything he says, but he's the guy who's there to remind us. Knock us on the head and say, "Yes, I know you say you do the show just for you, but
you really should.
You really shouldn't."
Or he does. It's been interesting to have consultants in our lives.
Yes.
People don't understand what they are. They come in and they listen to what you do, and they're supposedly very knowledgeable about radio in general.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'll come and listen to your show and then make suggestions, tell you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. And our relationship with consultants has always gone from they start out listening to our show and saying, "I don't understand why do you do this?
Why do you do this?" And then
why
you
do
explain.
do that?
And once you explain it to them, they go, "Oh, I get
fair
it."
enough. Fair enough.
It's like one of our first consultants was like, "Why are you always picking on KSL? They're really not your direct competition. Your direct competition are these stations over here." I was like, "No, you don't understand. They're the man, okay?"
Pick on the man.
There's a reason you go after the man.
Mm-hmm.
And after a few weeks, after him doing some more research, you went, "No, I understand. I get it now. Okay, yeah."
So if you're lucky, you develop a relationship with these people, these consultants, that they just become more another set of ears and eyes on the whole thing. And Mike Stern, our current consultant, who's been our consultant for a long time, he makes suggestions, and we go, "Hey, that's a good idea."
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea. We'll do that. And it's just
Or
like having
that's a good idea. We'll do it this way.
Yeah.
Or Mike, that's a good idea for another station, not for us.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
But anyway, the thrust of this is Victoria will be our Real Housewives of Salt Lake reporter.
Yeah,
correspondent.
And I know
we need a theme song, Carrie. We're gonna have to think of a.
How about the theme song from Real Housewives?
I don't even know what it is.
Well, I'm sure they do.
Let me see if there is such a thing readily available.
They probably have one that they use for all of them, and it's just the same kind of.
See, Victoria would know this. She might be saying, "No, there's no music. They just jump right in."
She's yelling at the radio right now.
They don't even know about the theme song. Or maybe it's a theme song that tells the story of the people. Here's a story of a lady with false eyelashes.
She'll be yelling at her podcast device later on in the day. She's not yelling at the radio right now.
Okay, well here, let's see. I found the intro. I don't know if that's the same thing as a theme.
And MVP. When you take cheap shots, always.
No. See, I just want the music. I don't want the. Hi, I'm Victoria. I'm such a scamp.
I'm such a scamp.
You better watch out for me. I've got attitude.
I'm a powerhouse.
See, we're making fun of it, and Victoria's going to be like, "No, I don't know. We'll see."
Yeah, see, Steph's right. Says they do play a theme song, but they all,
talk over it.
They do the line that was written for them to describe who they are as a person, allegedly.
I'm going to be all over her later on today.
You better not bring it to me, or I'll push you back. Stuff like that.
She smells like hospital.
See, you're getting it, Bill.
Somebody says "Bitch" by Meredith Brooks would be a good theme. And people are asking about All-Knowing Suit. Yes, he is our consultant.
So not our.
We don't know who
we don't
he
pay
is.
him.
Yeah, we've never met him.
We don't know who he is.
I hope he's okay. He had the COVID a few weeks ago, and he stopped tweeting for about 4 or 5 days. So I'll have to.
Well, that's
DM
a known
him and
side
ask how it
effect
is.
from COVID. Is you're unable to. You can't smell or taste or tweet.
You
can't
also
do
cease.
any of those
You
things.
also cease being all-knowing.
Yes.
It takes away all your all-knowingness.
Traffic, Gina.
Let's see if I can get this working. I've had issues today. Crash eastbound Redwood Road, Center Street in North Salt Lake. The left lane eastbound to go northbound is closed. And I think that's it. It's been a fairly light traffic morning. If you see something, though, you can always text it to us, 33986.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the titles you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. Well, sir, we have had a busy day, haven't we? Boner candidate number 2. I'm going to have to see some proof that that's your poll. And boner candidate number 3. Apparently, someone talked about Fight Club.
All right. Round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Don'tDriveDirty.com. We will find a location of a Quick Quack car wash near you right there.
Yeah, and what you'll also find at Don'tDriveDirty.com is the affordable monthly membership information and all the locations, as Carrie said. The monthly membership information, so you just do that, and you could take your car into any Quick Quack car wash any
You can go every
time.
day.
If you want, yeah.
Every day. And you won't feel bad about it because they are green at Quick Quack Car Wash.
Yep, they do the most green technologies possible. They get your car clean fast in 3 minutes, and the vacuums are, of course, always free at Quick Quack Car Wash. So, 25 locations along the Wasatch Front. Find their newest location. There's one in North Salt Lake now. So go to Don'tDriveDirty.com and find a Quick Quack car wash near you.
Is what we've got here.
Oh.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's? And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently
just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start
Jaundice,
to turn yellow, it's it's jaundice.
yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa.
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh. Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah, no,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, 8:21 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day, going up against the winner of round 1. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, send one of these 3 forward as champion of round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You will actually receive it because it will come to you via email. It's an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. You can go to diversioneatery.com to see their menu and learn more about this great restaurant.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Well, sir, we have had a busy day, haven't we? A Montana man, Columbia Falls, Montana, wherever that may be, drove his car through a grocery store, fled the building, crashed the car, and then ran naked through a retirement home on Thursday, police said. Alan Connor was detained and taken to a hospital before he was formally charged with 7 crimes. After driving through the front door of the grocery store, Connor plowed through the aisles in a 1995 Chevy Lumina.
Oh, good. I'm picturing this now. I'm glad they have the car.
No one was
model there.
injured in the rampage in the 5,500-person northwest Montana town near Glacier National Park. Mr. Connor crashed his car on a road shortly after driving out of the store. Police then got a report of a naked man running through a nearby retirement home, and they went and arrested the naked man, and sure enough, it was Mr. Connor without his clothes, 1 block from the facility. Cops suspected Mr. Connor was on drugs during the incident and determined that they were not in any way related to political, social, or terroristic type of attacks. Mr. Connor is charged with many things, including negligent vehicular assault, criminal endangerment, criminal mischief, aggravated DUI, driving while license suspended or revoked, operating a motor vehicle with no proof of insurance, and duty to give information or render aid at an accident scene. Boner candidate number 1. Well, sir, we have had a busy day, haven't we? Here's boner candidate number 2. We'll have to see some proof that that's your pole. Lakeland, Florida. A man is facing a grand theft charge after troopers say that he loaded a downed utility pole onto the roof of his car and then drove it to a recycling facility. Florida Highway Patrol troopers say they were called to a report of theft. They were told that a driver had loaded this power pole onto his small car near I-75. Then he, according to Officer Steve Gaskins, the driver, drove with the pole loaded on the top of his car to a recycling facility. When he got there, troopers say he was turned away because he didn't have proper documentation for the pole.
Prove you own this pole?
Troopers said they found the driver, identified as 71-year-old Douglas Hatley. The Florida Highway Patrol recovered the utility pole and Mr. Hatley's Toyota at the scene. He was charged with grand theft.
It's huge. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see a picture of the car with the pole on top of it.
It's enormous. Boner candidate number 2. I'll have to see some proof that that's your pole. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, apparently someone talked about Fight Club.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now. Brought to you by...
Every day is Black Friday throughout November at Level 9 Sports. Take advantage of the best prices of the season. Shop safely at any of their 4 retail locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at level9sports.com.
Comedian Jeff Ross. Very funny.
Yeah.
The roast master general of the United States has launched a defamation suit against a woman who is accusing him of having a relationship with her in the late 90s when she was underage. According to the papers filed in New York, Mr. Ross, who is 55, admits that he did in fact know Jessica Radke from a New York comedy club. He said, we had a consensual relationship that took place in 2002 when she was of legal age. Ross's filing paints Radke's accusations of his sexual relationship when she was a minor as completely false. The suit claims Radke has been attempting to discredit Ross since 2017, and that the story of their relationship chronicled since late 2019 on a Facebook page that Radke started. The Facebook page is called "I Was 15, He Was 33." That's an outgrowth of that. Ross says Radke made the preposterous claim that she was Ross's date at a number of high-profile public events. He said that never happened. And the DJ Diplo has been accused by a young woman of revenge porn. This woman has filed a restraining order against Diplo, or Thomas Wesley Pence. According to attorney Lisa Bloom, who represents the plaintiff, said she sought to block Diplo from distributing revenge porn, allegedly designed to humiliate her and scare other women out of coming forward. I am representing, and then the client's name has been redacted, regarding her claims against Diplo. I'm very proud to represent her. As with all clients, we put her through an elaborate vetting process, and we believe her story. Let's see, Joe Biden. He'll be the president, you know. No matter what Donald
saying
Trump.
that, but I don't know.
No matter what Donald Trump says, on January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn into office. Now, the president-elect was speaking about the U.S. economy on Monday, and he said, if we don't coordinate our efforts here, many people more will die because of coronavirus. And then reporters' questions were asked, and one reporter talk about Donald Trump's refusal to concede the election. And Joe Biden said, well, it'd just make it a heck of a lot easier if the president would just participate.
Yeah.
And he said...
he's checked out.
Yeah, he says he's out playing golf.
Yeah.
He's out playing golf. If he would just stop playing golf and...
He really, and we've said this throughout these 4 years, Trump didn't want this job.
No, it's a hard job.
But you know what? For somebody who didn't want this job, he sure is clinging to dear life for this job because, well, crimes.
He didn't want the job and that he didn't do.
Yeah.
So he got the job and went, oh, crap. Well, how can I not do it? And he had other people doing it for him. It's been pretty dangerous, too. He's been firing all of these intelligence people and the Secretary of Defense and putting in people who are not qualified. Did you see the... So the Interior Department, I forget the guy's name right now, the head of the Interior Department, one of the morons that Trump put in there as the head of the Interior Department. Oh, it was that Montana guy. Who was his...
It doesn't matter. Anyway.
See, here's the thing, is that they've come and gone so much you can't remember their names. I mean, all of the positions.
It's that guy from Whitefish who came and shrunk bears' ears and all of that. But then, so the next person, they didn't even appoint anybody after he left, and he kind of left in a cloud of disrepute. So they didn't even appoint anybody, but his assistant said, well, now I'm the head of the department now.
Yeah.
So that makes me the head of the department. Well, no, it doesn't.
That's not how that works.
But for months, he's been going around doing stuff saying, I'm the head of the department. And finally, a judge has said, this is illegal. And he's made all these. He's come to Utah and made decisions about how in the Department of the Interior land should be handled.
Zinke shrunk bears' ears.
Yeah, Zinke.
Yeah, so Zinke left. Was it Chad Wolf?
Yeah, Chad Wolf.
Yeah,
that's the guy. Chad Wolf. I'm the boss now.
No, not really.
No, you're not. Man. Anyway, let's see. The vaccine that was developed by Pfizer, it's going to be pretty hard to distribute this vaccine for one reason. It has to be kept at minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit to be effective. It has to be kept that cold all the time until they take it out and put it in your body. So that's about 20 degrees colder than extreme winter temperatures at the South Pole. Early on, experts warned that the U.S. lacked the necessary ultra-cold storage trucks and cargo planes needed to ship hundreds of millions of doses of this vaccine at sub-zero temperatures. Early on, they warned about this. Pfizer said, this is the vaccine we're developing. We are aware that it's going to have to be kept cold. That's the very, very cold. That would have been the time for the United States to start gearing up with obtaining trucks and cargo planes, but of course we haven't
So
done
probably what will happen is they will determine the places where they can get that vaccine to and have the capability to store it. And then if we have this other Moderna vaccine or some of the other ones that are coming online, that will help decide which vaccines go to which parts of
Plus there's still like 3 or 4 more that are on their way.
This is interesting. Pfizer has developed, because nobody else was doing anything, Pfizer said, well, we got to do something. They have developed deep freeze suitcases that can be tightly sealed and shipped in non-refrigerated trucks. So Pfizer did that on their own. They may have solved the problem of how to ship the frozen vaccine. What do you do with it once it gets there? It's got to be put in that ultra-cold environment.
Carrie, is that deep freeze suitcase, does that appear in any Marvel movie anywhere? The deep freeze suitcase?
Absolutely.
There are a lot of Utahns helping test the Moderna vaccine. I got an email the other day from somebody who said they were part of the vaccine trial, which I think is fascinating. I would have done it if they'd asked me, but I think you had to be willing to be to be exposed to the virus. So maybe I wouldn't have done that. Let's see what else. The Davis County Clipper is ceasing publication. It's a Bountiful-based weekly newspaper, and it's been around for a long time. They will publish their last issue next month. The Davis Clipper began circulation in a really long time, as a matter of fact, 1871. They will publish their last issue on Friday, December 4th. The publisher says that it's not sustainable anymore. We can't do it. Let's see. How much time do we have here?
One more story.
Okay. Here's an important one. Dunkaroos have come back to our lives in big ways in the last few months. Not only did the iconic 90s snack return to shelves, but it's also been turned into a beer and into a cereal. Well, there's a rumor that there'll be a Dunkaroo cereal.
The cereal I get, the beer not so much.
Yeah.
Now it seems only logical that the quest for total snack domination makes its way to the refrigerator aisle as Dunkaroos cookie dough. The brand announced Dunkaroos cookie dough was on its way to retailers nationwide. The limited edition packs will come with sugar cookie dough and, of course, 6 large cookies or 24 mini cookies, however you want to do it. And then it's got the frosting and the rainbow sprinkles all in the package. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure.
I like them. All right, that's it.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Kyle Whittingham is saying things so far are looking good for the Utah-USC game on Saturday. Fingers crossed we might have an actual football game. I was explaining to you earlier, people are like, why has BYU had such an easy time and they can play all their games? Well, they're independent, which means they only...
And the Lord.
And the Lord. And the Lord.
Don't forget that.
They only have to follow the very most basic of NCAA regulations. Now, most of the other conferences have, on top of that, their own set, and they're all different. And Pac-12's is particularly strict because, you know, early on in this process, those were the states that were getting hit the hardest. And so all BYU has to do is have enough players to be on the field. Do we have enough guys? Yeah, okay, well, I don't usually play this position, coach. That's okay. You can just go out there and yeah, they can do that. The Utes have very specific guidelines about who can play and how many people in a certain position and all that kind of stuff.
Because they don't have the Lord.
Some of them have the Lord. But as of now, Kyle Whittingham just had a press conference this morning where he was talking about that, said it's looking good for Saturday, so we will see. Weather, it's warm today and tomorrow. We're going to have highs in the low 60s and sunny skies today. A little bit cloudier tomorrow because there's chance of rain coming late Wednesday night into Thursday, and then that will cool things down for the weekend. 50s and then down into the 40s by Friday and Saturday, which will be football weather if it happens. Traffic, we've got a crash eastbound Bangor Highway at 27th West in Bluffdale. The right lane is blocked there. Crash eastbound Redwood Road at Center Street, North Salt Lake. Left lane is closed, eastbound to northbound closed. That should be clearing up in the next 10 minutes or so. And if you see something, please text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along to other friends of the program. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Boy, apparently somebody talked about Fight Club. When deputies from the New York City Sheriff's Office broke into the Bronx warehouse late Saturday, they found 200 people packed inside, most without masks, purple and red neon lights bathing empty plastic cups and food containers on the floor. And in the center of the room, behind metal barriers, men in boxing gloves fighting. A video posted to social media showed the mostly unmasked crowd cheering as two fighters chase each other in the ring. The gathering, which police said exceeded the limit of non-essential social gathering, limited to 10 people, and also violated also violated unrelated coronavirus regulations, was an underground fight club called Rumble in the Bronx. 10 event organizers, including the leader of the club, Michael Roman, were charged with unlawful assembly, health and alcohol violations, and participating in a prohibitive combative sport. They each face a fine of $15,000. As the coronavirus cases rise in New York and authorities urge residents to limit social events, the Fight Club was one of the last 3 large indoor gatherings featuring hundreds of attendees crowded mostly together that were busted over the weekend because somebody apparently talked about Fight Club. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, sir, we have had a busy day, haven't we? A man driving his car into a grocery store, down through the aisles and out the back door, crashing the car, taking off all his clothes, and running nude through a retirement home. That's boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2, I'm going to have to see some proof that that's your pole. A Florida man strapped a utility pole to the roof of his car. Now, he didn't cut it down. It was just down on the ground. So he thought, I'm going to take that and get it recycled. Put it on top of his car, drove to the recycling plant, but he was turned away because they said they needed proof. He needed to prove it was his pole. And boner candidate number 3, apparently somebody talked about Fight Club.
Okay. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take the winner of each round and put them both against each other, and you will decide Boner of the Day for today at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. Okay, right now send your champion of round 2 forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Place that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, November 17, 2020, and vote there. And if you do not see that box, refresh. It should appear. Refresh your browser. Have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2 of your Boner Voting. Let's go.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Like looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you. drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. No, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Right.
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
All right, 8:48 right now, and we do have Utah Word next. But first, let's award round 2 of your boners.
Yes, and round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by PETA.
And get takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people from just $30. Get 30 wings with 2 sauce choices, 2 side dips, and 2 regular sides, fries or chips and salsa. Open daily from 11 to 9. 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, well, sir, we have had a busy day, haven't we? The man driving into a grocery store, driving his car down the aisles, driving out the back door. They later find him running naked in an old folks' home, in a retirement home. Boner candidate number 2, well, I have to see some proof that that's your pole. That was the guy who found a utility pole, a downed utility pole. Well, he strapped it on top of his car and took it to a recycling center. And the recycling people said, we're going to have to see proof that you own that pole, sir. And Boner candidate number 3, apparently someone talked about Fight Club because the police found hundreds of people packed into a warehouse for an illegal Fight Club violating many, many, many coronavirus restriction orders. And they broke it up because they're Nazis. Nazi police in New York. Let's see. Connor won a Diversion Eatery gift card, and the winner was Boner candidate number 3. Apparently someone talked about Fight Club.
All right, that's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1. Both of our winners will go against each other to determine who is Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. And right now, Utah Word.
It's sponsored.
Is it?
Yeah, the nice people at Rand Life, they are fans of this feature.
I'm going to have to talk to them. I've done 2 refinances with them. The least they could do is stop sponsoring this.
Well, they have a Utah Word in their copy. You want to see?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Rand Life, your local mortgage experts, their knowledgeable team can find you the lowest fetching rates available and have you closed in an easy, streamlined e-close experience. RandLife.com.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Ass. A-S-S. Ass. Our listeners have responded. John Barrett suggested this Utah word. John says he hears this one all the time. What John may not realize is that by sending this suggestion to radiofromhell@x96.com, he has ensured that the Utah Word of the Day continues for yet another week. Apparently, John wants people to suffer. Way to go, John. So here they are, LeVar and LeGrand, to use the word John suggested. That word is ass. Thanks, John.
Say there, LeGrand, you doing okay? I mean, I know times are tight, what with all this pandemia going on, and I was just thinking that you probably aren't bringing in as much money as you was. Are things at the bait shop slowing down a bit? How's cash flow?
Well, funny thing is, LeVar, the business has been booming. I mean, folks have extra time, and they want to do stuff outdoors instead of being cooped up inside with a bunch of coronavirus germoids floating around.
Oh.
So they've been going fishing, and that means they've been buying bait and tackle. Well, I had my best summer ever. I sold more worms this year than the last few.
Well, that's real good. I was worried you might be having a hard time making ends meet.
Nope. Them red wigglers have been in demand. I was able to even jack up the price just a little bit. But now, colder weather's coming on, and I know things will start slowing up. All I can hope for is a good freeze.
Well, now why is a good freeze good for business?
Well, if the lakes and the reservoirs freeze up good, people will be wanting bait and tackle for ice fishing. But so far, I ain't had no one ask about ice fishing supplies, 'cause, well, there ain't no ice to fish through. No one is asking about ice fishing. No one person has asked for ice auger.
Oh, well, listen, partner, the whole reason I asked about how business was doing was to let you know that if you need any assistance, don't be embarrassed to ask for help. I assume you would feel weird about asking for a loan, but you shouldn't feel that way. I'd float you a loan so's you could avoid financial disaster.
Well, it's mighty kind of you, but I do have a pretty good assortment of financial products designed to help me through some hard times. You know, savings and an IRA that I can borrow against, so I should be okay.
I'm astounded that you have planned so well. I mean, you seem to be ready to meet the challenge. Astounded and astonished.
Well, I don't know why you should have such a note of surprise in your voice. When I was a boy, my dad taught me the value of saving and planning for the future. He would say, "LeGrand, your main assignment in life is finding the best way to stay money stable."
Oh, well, now I feel dumb that I was even a little bit thinking that you may not be making ends meet. I didn't realize that you were a regular Ort of the Deal Donald Trump-like money wizard. I feel like an ass for even asking you about how you were doing.
No. It was real kind of you to ask if I was okay. You are a true pal. When it comes to a loan, right now, I can pass. But if I need help now, I know exactly who to ask.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
You bet.
Okay.
You bet.
We do it for Todd. Todd
Yep.
loves it. And
I know,
Todd's coming up with Tuesday Tunes with Todd, so you know he's listening.
And he just sent me a Utah Word of the Day to use.
Did he? See?
Yes.
Well, there we go.
Yes, he did. All right. So, you got problems with the Utah Word of the Day, take it up with Todd Newcomb.
Oh, we're putting it all on him now.
That's what
He's
I
the
say.
boss.
All right. Good enough for me. Traffic, Gina, please.
A crash eastbound 5600 south at I-15. This is up to Roy's, where that is. Crash eastbound Bangor Highway 2700 west in Bluffdale. And that's it. We've had a very easy traffic morning. Let's keep it that way throughout the day, shall we?
You bet.
If you do see something, text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along to other friends of the program. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
All right. We will take a break. Todd will be with us for Tuesday Tunes after these. Stand by for that. BuiltBar.com.
I'm a little cranky because I've eaten all of my Built Bars.
Bill,
Oh,
it's
really?
easy.
Yeah.
You can order some and get a discount.
Yeah,
Do
I
it
know.
right now.
You can use the promo code X20, X20. And then you just go to BuiltBar.com and get these delicious. It's like eating a candy bar, except it's like got a lot of protein in it.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And
I
very
did a
little
side by
sugar.
side. I did a side by side between the bar I usually buy and the Built Bar. So not only does the Built Bar taste better, you would assume that means there's more sugar and bad things for you in it because it tastes good. Not true. My old bar does not measure up to Built Bar, so I'm going to order some more.
Built Bar, 17 grams of protein, 130 calories, 4 grams of sugar, 4 grams of net carbs, and best of all, it's made here in Utah.
Local
Built Bar.
product.
Yep. They've got all kinds of flavors. Try the mixed box. Go to BuiltBar.com. Use the code X20 and get. I want to make sure. Get 20% off.
Mm-hmm.
The new.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg
Yeah.
scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, it was kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top
no,
of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
Gee,
pause. That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one cheek sneak?
One cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
I think those kids were coached.
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Ready for mail.
Hi, Todd.
Hello.
It's Todd Newcomb.
Yes, and we're here at the house today because it's just a little nutty out there in the real world. So I've kind of gone back to my bunker.
Don't blame you.
We like the bunker. We're staying here.
Yep.
Well, yeah, this is weird. So yesterday I was achy and had just the tiniest little bit of a fever, and I had gotten a flu shot on Sunday. So I don't know if I had like a little bit of my body dealing with a flu shot or what the hell was going on.
Yeah, that can happen.
But I was definitely not 100% yesterday, but I woke up feeling fine. So okay, I'll take that.
Well, good. You can just stay home with your wife and your dogs and your trains and be just fine.
Yep. Well, and I have to work. I have plenty of work to do because we've got the Fake Festival coming up on Saturday, and a couple of other things that we're doing. So I'm busy today.
All right. Well, you're not too busy to do a song for us, are you?
Oh no, we've got a good one. This one, Billie Eilish put out a new song last week, and this one it's pretty good. It's exactly the kind of song you'd expect from Billie Eilish. They haven't really said anything about a full album on the way, but obviously, we'll get one at some point. I mean, she's not touring, so there's nothing else to do besides sit around and record music. This one is called Therefore I Am. Good stuff here from Billie Eilish.
Therefore I Am. Okay, so it's Tuesday Tunes with Todd, brand new Billie Eilish. Therefore I Am, X96.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
Last week, these little girls came up to me.
Ow.
They come running up to me, and they go, and I mean, they're like 12 years old or 11, and they go, Are you Bill Allred? And I said, yeah. And they said, do you remember us? And I said, no. And they said, you threw us out of that garage in your backyard a couple of weeks ago.
What? You had kids in your garage?
Not my garage, my neighbor. She has this old garage, and the top of it.
No. Do you have an infestation?
Yeah.
Is it like
little girls?
That's what it was like. It was an infestation of little girls. No! And the old garage has like a top place that you can walk up some stairs and go into, a second story, but it's just ramshackle. You can see through the ceiling and the floorboard.
You ought not be walking around.
It's more of a shack than anything.
Yeah, and I realized there were some kids up there so I went over, and there were these little girls in there trying to clean it up and make a playhouse out of it. And
a fort. We want a fort.
Yeah, and I was nice to them because I said I know how attractive this is. To want to do this, but it's really not safe. Plus, it's filthy. And I mean, they had cleaning equipment in there and all of this kind of stuff. And I said, it's really not safe.
Yeah.
So and there were other kids coming down my driveway and stuff to go up there with them. And I said, so come on out and please don't do it anymore. And they haven't. I could have I was going to put a lock on the door for my neighbor. And I haven't gotten around to it, but I don't think anybody's been up there since.
Yeah.
At least I don't think so. But then apparently there were some older kids who recognized me, apparently. So they were just really excited that they had been thrown out.
Kicked us out.
They kicked us out of that place.
Does that mean Jonesy's going to scream like that someday? No! Is that what girls do?
Yeah.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
Who is that? Who is that that says super good fun?
It's a PSA for some kid thing.
But you don't know who it is?
No.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
All it takes is a little know-how.
All it takes is a little know-how. Yeah, super good fun.
96.3 FM, X96.
She's burning a lot of friendship bridges here. Pretty soon she's just going to have no friends at all.
She's got her brother. That's her best friend. She doesn't need anybody else.
His name, Phineas.
Yeah.
Phineas. Well, I think that'll be another Billie Eilish
hit for sure.
Yeah, I would think so.
Indeed.
I think it'll do well
Yeah,
for her.
you know,
Yeah.
She's got the interesting beat. It's the kind of thing she does. That one, when I first heard it, I thought, God, this sounds like Yaz. You know, Vince Clarke and Alison Moyet from the early 80s.
Yeah.
But
Upstairs at Edix.
yes, indeed. So yeah, Billie Eilish, and I expect that through the rest of the year and next year, when things try to get back to normal, if bands can ever tour, then maybe the full album will show up. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get there eventually. It's going to take some patience, but we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
There will come a day when every major artist in the world will have like an album show up. So we're going to get just bombarded by tours and albums.
And
eventually.
And there won't be any of that. We're going to skip Salt Lake stuff either. It'll be
They'll come everywhere.
Listen. Well, we'll come. Please, we'll come. Yeah, they'll go with.
No, they will. It'll be so. Save your concert money because you're going to need it.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today turns with Todd on X96. Ready for mail.
All right. We have an extra minute here. Is there something that we need to, any business that we need to cover?
No, I'm just hungry.
Probably speaking of hungry, probably the food drive.
Yeah, it's happening this Saturday at the Gateway. And we've combined a couple of events, which is a nice way to do it. So we've got the Lights On celebration happening at the Gateway, meaning they're going to turn all the holiday lights on there. And we're doing a holiday food drive there. So every person who donates a non-perishable food or money, you can donate money too. Money works great. You can do that at x96.com. And you'll be entered to win for prizes provided by our sponsors and qualify for a Red Cliffs Lodge drive-away vacation. And this is all made possible with support from Teleperformance. We usually do this on location at Teleperformance. We do a live show and food drive, and that's just not possible this year. But I'm so grateful to Teleperformance for agreeing to help us sponsor this year anyway. So that's this Saturday at the Gateway.
Yeah, and make sure you take food there, and but just go online and donate money to the food bank. They really need it.
Yes, they could use it, and they have all the connections to. If you give them $1, they can take that $1 and make it go further than you could. So that's the best way to go. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. A reasonable amount of news coming up, along with Boner Fight. Stand by for all of that. RanLife.com.
You know, Ran Life is a local mortgage company. I've refinanced my mortgage with them twice, saved thousands of dollars by doing it. And if you haven't looked at your mortgage lately, you really should, and look at refinancing, because the interest rates are still very, very low. And if you haven't changed, if you haven't done a refi in 3 or 4 years, I just almost bet you that you can get a better rate right now. And Ran Life can handle all of that. What you should do is call them, 801-478-4500. They have a whole team of mortgage experts standing by right now. They'll get you the lowest rate possible. I think you'll be surprised at how much money you could save. You could lower your monthly payment, or if you want to reduce the term of the loan, you could save a lot of money that way by paying less interest. Ran Life knows all about that. Give them a call, 801-478-4500, or go to their website, ranlife.com.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy, because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees, and he said, he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask, and if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. Just, he wanted to say hi.
Okay.
Is it safe? I mean,
can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There, I bet he's been. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know,
Well,
people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or
Because I have
not.
a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask your question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you need to do is go first, and you get your away. And then you take a riot load, and then the river covers. And then you have to breathe, and you put it around the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you change it isn't, and then you go up there, and you go back out there, and you say, go on! And then, the turn around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just depresses me.
There's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to walk that back because they realized
because why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said, now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now they had to walk that back. They had to walk that back a little.
Well, let's see. It's 9:20 right now, and we've got Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes or so.
Okay.
So before that, a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news and Opinnuendo, brought to you by.
Nurses are heroes. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Get your nursing degree in as few as 32 months. Now accepting enrollments for spring semester. Visit nightingale.edu.
Well, the director of Home Alone, Christopher Columbus, has been speaking to journalists about his disdain for the movie's multiple reboots. He already talked smack about the pot parody version from Ryan Reynolds. Now he's coming for the more family-friendly one that's heading for Disney Plus. Nobody got in touch with me about it.
Don't they have to? Is it?
And it's a waste of time as far as I'm concerned.
He doesn't own it.
Oh,
Columbus said. His production, the Disney Plus production, went on a pause during the outbreak of the pandemic. It will star Jojo Rabbit's Archie Yates as the Home Alone kid who has to fend off robbers and the like when left home by his crappy parents. But Christopher Columbus isn't having any of it. So what's the point, he said. I'm a firm believer that you don't remake films that have had the longevity of Home Alone. You're not going to create lightning in a bottle again. It's just not going to happen. So why do it? It's like doing a paint-by-numbers version of a Disney animated film, a live-action version of that. What's the point?
Make
it's been
money
done.
Doing.
Yeah.
Do your own thing.
'Cause money.
Even if you fail miserably, at least you've come up with something original.
I don't disagree with him, but
and made no money.
But don't act like you don't know why they're doing it.
Well, I don't know how you can possibly outdo the comedic genius of the original Home Alone.
Is he just upset because he wasn't asked to do it?
Maybe.
Probably. Because he's not going to make any money off of it.
And then there's that.
Thousands of families have lined up to receive groceries at a Texas food bank. This was this past weekend, some queuing up for as long as 12 hours as the ongoing coronavirus pandemic is starting to inflict hunger and economic hardship on people, and the state of Texas has been very hard hit. The food bank distribution event held by the North Texas Food Bank in Dallas on Saturday saw 600,000 pounds of food given away, including 7,000 turkeys. It's hoped that enough food was given out to feed around 25,000 people. During the Thanksgiving-themed distribution, in addition to a frozen turkey, families were also given 20 pounds of non-perishables, 15 pounds of fresh produce, and bags of wheat bread. Photos of the event showed thousands of cars backed up in 4 lines outside of the fair park this past Saturday morning. Spokesperson Anna Kurian said that the turnout shows that the need for food has increased to an alarming degree during the pandemic in Texas.
Oh, and here, we have it here, too. That's why we're participating in the food drive on Saturday.
The Utah prison has reported its 3rd coronavirus-related inmate death. 50-year-old man died Saturday, was hospitalized with COVID-19 at the time of his death. The prisoner was one of the first to test positive and was initially receiving treatment at the Wasatch facility's infirmary. On October 12, the man was taken to a hospital because of escalated virus, and he needed more treatment. Although prison officials believe the novel coronavirus contributed to the man's death, it's not actually been completely confirmed that it was the direct cause of his death, but certainly was a factor. A guy named Ji Zhao, who is a wealthy Maryland businessman, he wanted to get his 2 sons into Harvard University.
Okay.
So he made a connection with the school's fencing coach.
No, Bill, he told his kids to study a lot and get good grades, and that's how you get into... No?
Peter Brand is the fencing coach, who was having financial trouble. And Mr. Zhao knew that he was having financial trouble. Over a 5-year period, according to prosecutors, Mr. Zhao paid for Mr. Brand's car. He made college tuition payments for the coach's son. He paid off the mortgage on Mr. Brand's house in a Boston suburb, and eventually purchased the house for an inflated price after Mr. Brand bought a more expensive residence in Cambridge. Mr. Zhao paid to renovate that house.
Wow.
In return, prosecutors said in a criminal complaint, Mr. Brand recruited Mr. Zhao's sons to the Harvard fencing team, helping to secure their admission. Altogether, the payments to the fencing coach amounted to $1.5 million. On Monday, Mr. Zhao, the chief executive of a telecommunications company, and Mr. Brand were both arrested and charged with bribery. They face potential sentences of up to 5 years in prison. All recruited athletes at Harvard are vetted by the full admissions committee, which has roughly 40 members. However, recruited athletes are far more likely to be admitted than non-athletes with similar academic records. Mr. Zhao's older son graduated from Harvard in June of 2018. His younger son is a senior. Asked if there would be consequences for either of them, a spokesperson for Harvard, Richard Dane, said that both were admitted under Harvard's whole-person admissions process, referring to their vetting by the admissions committee and the fact that they were interviewed by either admissions officers or alumni interviewers. So, no, they probably knew little about all of this. They just knew that they were...
No, they don't... They knew they weren't good fencers.
Well, it doesn't say. I haven't read that they're not
They
good
know
fencers.
how good a fencer they are.
But my mom says I'm good. My mom says I'm the best on the team.
No, but that's not true. They were good. Apparently they were good. The students were academic and fencing stars, said Douglas Brooks, Mr. Brand's lawyer, in a statement. Coach Brand did nothing wrong in connection with their admission to Harvard, well, except taking the money. But apparently they were fencers. They were, and they were pretty good. But it's still hard to get into Harvard. It's still hard to get on. So, but if you can get on the fencing team for sure, if your parents have enough money to give Mr. Brand the coach.
Oh, that's supposed to be my boner music. Sorry.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1. Stacking up against the winner from round 2. Round 1's winner was, just like the Nazis, these mask requirements that Governor Herbert has put in place. It's so much like the Nazis. That's why an Orem store owner put a sign on his door that said, Governor's mandate, mask required, Sieg Heil. Of course, Sieg Heil is the Nazi salute. It means hail victory or hail to victory. So Governor Herbert is Adolf Hitler, apparently, because he's saying you got to wear a mask. But let's get Gary Herbert to grow one of those little mustaches. Let's just see. Jeez. That's boner candidate number 1. Going up against number 2, well, apparently somebody did talk about Fight Club. I thought the first rule of Fight Club was you don't talk about Fight Club. But somebody did. That's how they were able to bust a New York Fight Club operation. Several hundred people packed into a warehouse, not wearing masks, not social distancing, not doing all of that stuff. That's boner candidate number 2.
All right. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one should be boner of the day for today? 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit in the message of a text. That's how the computer counts it. Anything else in there will just confuse it. Text it to 33986. Okay? That's one way to vote. Another way is just to call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box on the website that says Boner Fight November 17, 2020, and vote there. Chances are when you get to the website, you won't see that box right away, so refresh your browser, and it should appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
The music starts when radio...
Hello, sailor boy.
Son, letter from your sea dog son.
My son Festus. And actually, this one isn't for me. As you can see here, x96.com/live. It is addressed to the FOPs. This comes to us from the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. Dear FOPs, it says, I just received some of your letters, so I needed to extend a huge thank you. In boot camp, letters really are like Christmas presents after a long day of push-ups, cleaning the floor that's without a doubt already clean, and wearing camouflage that seems to serve no real purpose as everything around here is bright white. But as my mother has told you, the lack of knowledge on the outside world is frustrating to no end, so updates that you sent me really helped out. Peterbilt Brian, I was deeply concerned when I read about your truck stuck in the mud incident. I sincerely hope it's been unstuck. Abby, thank you to your husband for his service in the Air Force. You know, the Air Force doesn't have as many planes as the Navy. In your face, he says.
Wow.
But I am upset that you told me about Katy Perry's new baby without bothering to tell me the name. I will require a follow-up here. Paul, my boots won't shine either. No matter how hard I shine them, they just seem to get more dull. And having shiny boots is apparently a very big deal here. Thank you for taking the time to write me when there's way much better way to spend your time. Although, who are you kidding? You're just watching YouTube all day. Anyway, I graduate in 25 days, this says. This is how long it takes to get mail, because he's supposed to graduate on Thursday. Thank you for the updates. Take care of my sweet mother. And most importantly, remain seated. Signed, Festus. Also, thank you to Carter and Laura and Buddy. And I just got a text from his wife who said he needs your extra good thoughts today because it's his final PT test today. His final physical training test today, and if he's even off by 2 seconds, he's got to stay. He's got to stay an extra 3 weeks. Bill, he asked for positive thoughts.
He's going to be home. He'll be home. They're going to drum him out. They'll drum him out.
That is not positive thoughts.
It's my prediction. He will be home for Thanksgiving.
If he passes the physical test today, which is like running and
jumping,
yeah. And then, here's the exciting thing. Battle Stations is tomorrow. Now, Battle Stations, it's a simulated ship, so it's not like out on the water, actually. But it's a ship that they, to your battle stations, and you have to go through what a regular day in the life of being on the ship would be, but it's like a video game. Because they throw stuff at you. There's a fire down in the hole.
Down below, they just say down below.
But like there'll be an actual fire.
They'll yell things like "Belay that!"
or there's a flood somewhere.
Is he ever going to have to? Does he have to climb the rigging and trim the sails?
Maybe. I don't know. And it's like 12 hours where they have to go through what it's like to be, and they throw every bad thing that can happen at it, man overboard or whatever, and they gotta.
So if we're ever in a simulated war, we'll win.
So think good thoughts for him for his physical test today and battle stations tomorrow, and if all goes well, he graduates on Thursday. And
then he ships out.
And then he goes to medic school.
Fills his duffel bag and ships out to Guam.
So the flag that will be flying over the Utah State Capitol on Thursday is for him. Remember I told you that you can sponsor a flag, and then they take the flag down and send it to you. Now, I've already paid for it, so if he doesn't graduate this week... Do I get a flag refund?
No, you just get. Why don't you just keep the flag?
for myself.
Yeah.
I can put it, I've got my flags back here. I could
Sure.
just put a big one right there.
Mm-hmm.
But we're very close. If he does all that and graduates on Thursday, he'll get his phone back so I can actually talk to him.
Well, when you speak to his wife, or if you speak to him, remind him that he needs to make arrangements so he can vote.
Yeah, I was going to ask him about that. I don't know what they do when you're at boot camp. How
They don't allow you to vote when you're at boot camp.
You should be able to vote extra when
you
you're
lose. No, you lose all your rights when you're at boot camp.
You're saying you should get 2 votes. Okay.
Yes, you should get a vote and a half.
You should, but you can't. You can't vote. You can't. They won't allow you to drink, and you can't vote, and they won't let you drive a car.
But thanks again, friends of the program. I got a bunch of letters from you that I forwarded to him, and he really did appreciate it. It's his only connection to the outside world, and it meant a lot to him that you sent those in. So thank you.
All right. Now, this has been...
Hello, sailor boy!
All right, 9:37. Let's award Boner of the Day.
Which is brought to you in part by a delicious chicken shawarma on pita bread with tahini dressing.
And make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number 1 was just like the Nazis. That's what one Orem store owner apparently feels about the mask mandate. Governor said you have to wear masks in public places, so he put on the door of his store a sign that says, "Governor's mask mandate. Masks required. Sieg Heil," in a reference to the Nazi salute.
Yeah.
It's just like the Nazis. And then there was a Boner candidate number 2. Apparently somebody talked about Fight Club. That's how the police found several hundred people packed into a warehouse in New York, not doing any social distancing, very few masks being worn, and there was a big Fight Club event going on. And the winner was Boner candidate number 1. Yeah, just like the Nazis. It really is.
There you go. That is your Boner of the Day for today, November 17th, 2020. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Mm-hmm. All right. So go ahead and hit that, Katie, would you?
The following is a sponsored feature.
It's Nicole on the phone.
Oh, Nicole Lamb, Nurse Nicole from Nightingale College. And talk about resilience during the pandemic.
I need some of that. How do I get that?
Can Gina buy some resilience? Can she buy a bottle of resilience?
I wish it came in a package. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yes, it would.
Well, so resilience is the ability to adapt to adversity. And on a larger scale, that's economies and communities. But really, for our purposes, we're just talking about people and family.
Okay. All right.
So what can you do? Really, the first thing is stay connected. We know people do better when they are connected to others. And I think it's hard at the end of the day, especially if you work on computer and you're away from people most of the day, but then you want to connect with other loved ones, to choose to get on the phone or computer again, right? But most of us are probably hopping on the TV or some other electronic device.
Yeah.
You know? So making the choice to really be connected with those you care about, I think is really important. I think changing expectations around Thanksgiving will be important for a lot of people. What that might look like.
Yeah.
You know, families could be different.
Well, it's, you know, I think, I don't know. I think I'll be pretty resilient if I can bounce back from all of this, but.
No, you need to be resilient now, Bill. That's the thing. These are how to help yourself get there.
But it's if you're creative, that would help, wouldn't it? If you can't do things the way you've normally done them, if you can find creative ways to have Thanksgiving, for instance, that's a kind of resilience, right?
Absolutely. I know some people who are doing FaceTime Thanksgiving. You know,
Yeah.
it could be that way. You know, and again, like each family's going to be different. I know some families that are planning on masking and then taking dinner home to their individual family. So they'll come, they'll gather, they'll grab their food, and then they'll go into their individual family units rather than gather together. So I think there's lots of different ways to think about it and figure out how to keep you and your families as safe as possible.
Yeah, it's almost like it can be an adventure or a family planning project in a way. You know, let's all come up with some ideas about how to do things a little differently this time.
Well, yeah, definitely, and it can spark some. I mean, it definitely can spark some debated conversations, but working through that does, in a sense, provide us with resiliency and how to cope better through those things.
Yeah.
I think, too, on a personal level, you know, taking care of yourself becomes extremely important. So mind, body, spirit, so exercising, sleeping well, eating right, making sure you're hydrated.
You know, I've been trying to do that with my kids. I think sometimes we forget to remind them that they need to work on those things for themselves, too. Getting to bed early, working out, going outside and throwing a football around, making sure they're doing those things, too. Because, I mean, kids act like they just love to be on their devices all day, but make sure they're doing those self-care things, too. And taking ownership of it and deciding for themselves, you know, I'm going to decide to, you know, go take the dog for a walk and then come home and cut up an apple rather than eat chips in front of the TV.
Yeah, that's really good. And reminding our children, because they can get sucked into using the computer or TV and in the online classes, kind of sedentary, right?
Yeah.
Right? And forget to move. It is the easier way.
You put something here, Nicole, in these notes that says, live according to your values. You know your values, and you can continue to abide by them. That's within your control. Just expand on that a little bit, if you would.
Well, I think sometimes with the masking, no masking, right, we have to figure out our individual boundaries around that. We can't control other people as best as we'd like to, but doing what is not going to put other people in jeopardy with your choice, I think, is really important. And I would think that living those values allows you to sleep at night, right? Because you're the one who has to sleep with yourself at night and the choices that you've made during the day.
I'm the only one that'll sleep with me.
Talk about sleep apnea next time.
Yeah. So Nightingale College is a nursing school, but anybody can go to the website, and there's more about how to be resilient during a pandemic there. What's the website, Nicole?
It's nightingale.edu, and there's a link to COVID-19, and it has all things to help you with resiliency.
All right. Thanks a lot. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much. All right, we will take a break. We will be back after these. Brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com. And don't forget to use the promo code Jackson, my last name, when you go there, JACKSON. You will get 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. And, of course, the towels. They want me to tell you about the bath towels that they have. I love my Brooklinen sheets, but I really love my Brooklinen towels. They've just turned my bathroom into a miniature spa. It's a wonderful thing. The fluffiness, you can pick your, choose your thickness, so to speak. I like a medium. I don't like it too fluffy or not fluffy enough. Right in between is perfect for me. And they're a nice, it helps you keep the routine while you're going through quarantine. Get up every morning and shower and use your Brooklinen towels. The perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, JACKSON, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it, you haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
it
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time.
so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
I don't.
He is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
Mm-hmm. 9:53 right now. Yeah.
So it was my birthday recently, and
What?
It was.
It was.
And my husband Joe said, "Oh, one of your presents, it hasn't arrived yet.
One
It
of
should
your
be here."
presents. One of them.
Yeah, one of your presents
How
hasn't
many did you
arrived
get?
yet. I don't know, a few little things, small things. It's small celebrations these days. But one of them hadn't come yet. So yesterday there was a package on the stoop, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if this is my present that Joe said was coming. So I was excited, and I opened it. And after I opened it, I thought, this is either a joke because I'm old or a mistake. So you guys need to help me decide whether this was on purpose or not.
All right.
So he got me David Sedaris's new book because he knows how much I like David Sedaris.
Right. So far we're good.
Gina's holding the book up there at x96.com/live.
But the version of the book that he got me was the
large print
print version of the book, where the print is so big,
simple,
I'm going to have to hold it,
Mm-hmm.
set it on a table of several feet in front of me.
Now there's
read it.
there's a simple explanation for this. Very
Okay.
simple. Was there, by the way, were there any problems with any of your other many presents?
No.
Okay, so this is the only one you have a complaint about.
Yes.
Okay. When you order stuff like this online, a lot of times, especially if you order through Amazon, sometimes it's not clear enough
Yeah.
what box you're checking. Large print edition, regular edition, so it was just an inadvertent error that spoiled this one of the dozens of gifts you apparently received for your birthday.
So it's not, I shouldn't be offended, like, you're old, I got you the
No.
big
The other
print.
thing I would ask you is, have you discussed this with your husband at all?
I did, actually. And I
Okay.
said to him, I
Well,
got
and
the book you sent.
Did he say, "Hey, Granny"?
And you guys know my husband, and I think you can probably guess that that's not the sort of thing that he would do
No.
on purpose.
He'd be more subtle about it. He'd get you in the car and let's go for a drive, and then he'd push you out in front of the optometrist.
But I'm going to be Pollyanna about this.
Of course.
And I'm going to say, I'm going to put this on my bookshelf because someday I am going to be so happy that I have a book with giant print that I can read because I will be old and my eyesight will be so terrible.
Why don't you take it over to a retirement home, a rest home, and donate it to them? Take it to the Golden Hours, wherever they are, center.
And see if it's met with, this guy's a liberal.
Isn't he homosexual?
Here.
I don't want to read that. He's homosexual.
Take your agenda away from me. You're
that.
trying to convert.
People say he's funny, but I hear he's homosexual.
Now I'm getting word that actually big print, it makes you feel like a fast reader because you're turning pages a lot quicker.
Wow.
So there's an
Halfway
upside
through
to
this
it.
book already.
So there's an upside.
Well, I'm glad
Should I
that
try to read it or should I set it aside? Should I try
I'd
to
set
read
it
the giant
aside.
print?
Why don't you set it? There is the other thing that people do sometimes. They return and exchange items.
Oh no, you never do that. Not a birthday present. You don't do that.
What?
See, because if I get rid of this, I want this on my bookshelf so every time I see it I remember, oh, that's the year I got the large print book.
That's the year I was suddenly old.
Well, it did. Everybody got that in 2020. That feeling.
Everybody got old.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it didn't totally destroy your birthday. That
No.
this one of the dozens of presents that you received was apparently somehow substandard or disturbing.
And speaking of birthdays, it's Meg the manager's birthday today.
This is Shatner saying happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Meg the
Rick
Man.
Dick. Happy birthday.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Okay.
Don't fret. Radio from Hell's still here to get you through your mornings.
We've made it to Wednesday, and there are so many things that must go. We know it, you know it, we all know it, and we want you to send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Because at 6:45, we will help you with your things that must go. And then at 7 a.m., we'll have Mark Stewart from The Advocates. Call in if you have questions.
And, of course, at 7:45, Dr. Cobb will be here. He'll answer all of your COVID questions, answers from a real doctor.
All that and more, it says here on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Be resilient.
Okay.
The blood flow is immediate. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. And you too, Skip. You're learning well. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Roadkill Platypus.
Corey is next.